I'm going to call the June 1st meeting of the West Des Moines City Council to order. Wake up, everybody, and invite you to all join us, stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. If you weren't awake, now you are. Welcome, everybody. Please sign in.
Five members present.
Ryan, have there been any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Your Honor.
Can I get a motion to approve the agenda as distributed?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
5 yes.
Okay, item 1A is presentation of proclamations. We've got one proclamation tonight. We've got Pride Month for June 2026. I'm going to read the proclamation, and we've got a number of people here for this proclamation. We'll have you join us after we're done doing the proclamation up front for a picture. Whereas the City of West Des Moines recognizes and proclaims the month of June 2026 as Pride Month, and whereas the City of West Des Moines is a diverse and vibrant community that is committed to raising awareness by supporting the visibility, equality, dignity, and inclusion of the LGBTQIA+ people, and whereas in support of the city's commitment to equality, we implemented a municipal equality index scorecard, a rating conducted by the Human Rights Campaign to examine how inclusive our laws, policies, and services are of LGBTQIA+ people who live and work in West Des Moines. And whereas, despite our accomplishments, there is still plenty of work ahead. More education and awareness remain vital to ending discrimination and prejudice. By recognizing Pride Month, we increase awareness and provide support and advocacy for our LGBTQIA+ community. Several Pride celebrations are happening this June, including the Valley Junction Pride Parade on Sunday, June 28th from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. Let's stand together in advancing our nation's founding principles that all people are born equal in dignity and rights. Now, therefore, I, Russ Trimble, Mayor of the City of West Des Moines, Iowa, do hereby proclaim or declare June 2026 as Pride Month. Together, let us commit to embracing the diverse experiences and expressions that enrich our city and ensure all residents are afforded equal opportunities to thrive regardless of their sexual orientation. Signed this first day of June 2026. And with that, the people that are here for that, a lot of our human rights commissioners are here and others as well. Why don't you meet us down front for a picture? Let's do two rows. Smaller people up in front, vertically challenged people up in front, and let's two rows. All right, perfect. Let's make two rows. We need two rows, you can see us all.
Sure. Okay.
I think I got, okay.
Yes, sure. Yep.
Everyone, yep. You scoot in just a little bit. Thank you. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna do another. I'm just gonna, 1, 2, 3. Where's the camera? Yes, I recognize that, yeah. Oh, so good to see you. Thank you.
Okay, those that were here for the proclamation, please don't feel like you have to stay for the rest of the meeting. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. You can't stay if you want to. Okay, moving on with item 2, Citizens Forum. This is a time for anybody that doesn't have an item, either on item 6, public hearings, or item 7, new business, to come and address the council. And we will start with MJ Hoag. MJ, if you give us your name and address for the record, and again, 5 minutes, civil and respectful.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you've got the floor, MJ, whenever you're ready.
MJ Hoag, 413 2nd Street. So I'm here to talk about item 4E, the City Detect contract. So as you guys probably know, but not all the people watching might not know, City Detect basically straps a camera to one of the code compliance vehicles and they drive around town recording everything, looking for code violations. It's sort of a speed camera for how fast your grass is growing. Not a terrible idea, in theory, but I know you guys don't always have time to read through contracts with a fine-tooth comb, so I went through the contract and I thought I'd bring up a few things that I found interesting. So one of the things it says is they'll protect the confidentiality of customer data. Well, that sounds good. It goes on further to say that processing of that data will, by the AI system, will only happen within the United States, which is even better, right? Off to a great start. I would note, AI systems do tend to have multiple components. One is a computer component, which this would limit to the US. The other is a human component, right? Humans kind of look at pictures, they classify things. So if you've ever filled out a CAPTCHA, you are acting as a human classifier. So this language doesn't necessarily restrict that to the US, but hopefully that's just linguistic oversight and not me foreshadowing the next slide. So one of the things the contract says is that we grant them a worldwide right to process the data. Well, if they're processing the data, limiting it to within the US, they wouldn't need a worldwide right. So that's a little odd. It also says, well, customer data is not analytical data or raw data. That makes me raise an eyebrow. Like, well, so what is customer data? So according to the contract, customer data is basically any data that a city staffer would enter into the system, stuff like case notes. Raw data, on the other hand, is audio, video, images, GPS coordinates, basically anything that their system records. Which, why a system meant to tell you whether your grass is too long needs a microphone to record audio? Don't know. But if you're driving around a neighborhood filming everything, you're inevitably going to capture some slice of life things, right? If you're out walking your dog and that vehicle drives by, smile, you're on camera. If your kids are out playing in the front yard, running through the sprinkler system on a warm summer day, that precious memory has been captured. So all of the bits of life that actually represent a privacy concern are in the raw data. And the raw data is not customer data. According to the contract, the raw data belongs to the vendor. In fact, they want you to know they own it so much, they said it multiple times. So we've defined customer data. We've put this nice hard protective shell around customer data and then defined any data that actually represents a privacy concern as existing outside of that protective shell and belonging to the vendor. And the contract puts no real limits on what the vendor can actually do with that data. So, if they want to sell a condition report for neighborhoods to real estate developers looking for distressed neighborhoods to buy out, they could do that. If they want to sell pictures of your kids frolicking in the front yard, contract doesn't say they can. Heck, it says they own the picture. Now, you might be thinking, MJ, well, don't be so alarmist. This is just a pilot program. We want to see if it's worth the privacy trade-offs, if it's worth the money we'd be spending. In short, we want to see if it works. Well, according to the contract, you can't tell us. So even though it's our tax dollars being spent, even though you are in theory beholden to us, the residents, according to the contract, you cannot tell us whether or how well the system even works. In fact, this vendor is so averse to the idea of transparency that they explicitly call out the Iowa Open Records Law in the contract and say, if anybody asks for a little bit of sunshine on what they're doing, you have to notify them so they can fight it. Considering this city pretty recently got slapped by the courts for trying to hide part of its FOC implementation, considering signing a contract where you promise that vendor, who will be filming people, that you'll keep secrets from us, not a great look. In short, this is a terrible, grossly one-sided contract. It demands secrecy where there should be transparency, and it provides no meaningful protections for the privacy of the people it will inevitably end up recording. It is a bad contract and you should reject it.
I have a question. MJ, thank you for the presentation. Who in legal reviewed the contract? Because I didn't review this one. I reviewed the one for Flock. But
Jessica,
Jessica, did we have outside counsel help?
we did not on this.
Okay.
I would note there is a provision that indicates that City Detect will not sell the raw data to third persons.
It does say that. However, as soon as you process that data at all, if you resize it, color correct it, crop it, it's no longer raw data, and so would not be bound by that restriction.
Yeah, that's the concern, right? I'm looking through the privacy policy now.
The privacy policy, as written, appears to me to only apply to the staffers who would be using the system, not to people captured by it.
Thank you, MJ.
But also, Greta, and Paul, you were involved in this as well, Paul Tauke. The license plates and faces are going to be blurred out, correct? So would the raw data have that, or just the data that we get? Because I guess I don't understand what the concern is because I'm pretty sure that when Google Earth drives by and takes a picture of my house, that information's out there as well. So I don't see the concern.
License plates and faces will be blurred out, and it's not a filming, it's picture taking. So to categorize it as a filming system isn't exactly correct. And the raw data is the data that they need to review to provide us with the information that the city would have on potential violations. So the raw data, specifically in this contract, Jessica insisted that we put in the contract that they could not sell the raw data. So if they do, they're in violation of the contract.
But the problem is they're going to take that raw data in the United States and then put it outside to somebody else, and they're going to do model training with it, and that's the issue. And MJ hit the nail on the head when he said, when he talked about the difference between the two. Now, I wouldn't expect you to know this, but that's somebody our attorney should have known. You're trying to run a department here, right? Not do contract work.
Well, you know,
That's like,
But as it takes pictures, Paul, is that blurring out, or is it after the fact and it gets manipulated and blurred out?
When they take the pictures, my understanding is it gets blurred out.
but the blur out is not the raw data. That's after fact processing.
Could be, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
The contract also doesn't specify anything in regards to that.
The fact that they've got a global or worldwide clause in there tells me they're going to do something with it.
Doug, this is Jessica. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm on the Teams meeting and can try to answer some of these questions if that would be helpful.
Yep, go ahead.
So I worked as I could with them on the raw data. I had the similar concerns that MJ brought up. Greta and I talked about this in our office. And as Paul is describing, the raw data, how it was described to us is when they go through, the device is going to take more than one photo. Not all of those photos are going to be clear. Some of them are going to be blurry. And so what we end up with is the singular photo that is the clear photo. Now, I understand the concern that they're going to take those 5 other photos or whatever they have to go use to, I think, Doug, if I'm hearing you correct me if I'm wrong, to train their system to do better. And what our concern, what I understood the city council's concern, or at least some of the council members' concern, was that we did not want any of the data that was collected in West Des Moines to be sold or profited on by third parties. The addition of they won't sell the raw data was the best compromise I could get to with them. And it is something that they do not put in other contracts with other cities. And so that's what we were able to get to. And as far as the open records law and the confidentiality provisions, what that is protecting for them is their proprietary information. But we as a city have we have to provide information that is not called out as a confidential exception in the Iowa Open Records Law. So that has to be in every contract. I will tell you that in almost every IT contract or anything technical with software, it's going to have a statement about confidential information because of trade secrets, proprietary information, and to protect the city, we have it in there that while we have to give them notice, it's not a default to the contract if we don't. Also, we got a mutual provision for liability. We are also limited in the contract for any damages to the same extent that they are to the contract limit, which typically doesn't happen. As far as the privacy policy, that is not something normally maintained on the website and can change without the city's knowledge. We incorporated it into ours. And the content that they talk about in there is shared with their service providers that they need to share with to be able to provide the product to the city. Without that sharing of information to some of those providers, they're unable to provide to us what they're telling us they can get to us. So if there's concerns in that contract that council feels strongly about that I was unable to negotiate, I can try to go back to the table with them. But Paul was on a couple calls with me. This was something that we went back and forth with them on a number of times. And this is what the contract was that we were able to get to present to council to get this product out on the streets of West Des Moines, which my understanding was the goal, to get some of this done during the summer. So I don't have the contract in front of me, quite frankly. I'm at home and I wasn't planning on having this many questions, but I'm happy to, if this is something that council doesn't feel comfortable answering or making a decision on tonight, I can get you some additional answers if the item isn't voted on.
Thank you, Jessica.
Okay, any other discussion on this before we move on?
Well, Kevin had a question about how it's different from Google Street View. I'm happy to answer that if you'd like me to, Kevin.
Well, yeah, if you're an expert on Google Earth, go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the ways that it's different from Google Street View, well, the contract doesn't say they have to blur faces, but if they do that, that would be similar to Google Street View. Another difference is just in frequency. So you're a Waterworks guy, so I'll use Waterworks as an example. If Waterworks reads your meter once a month, they know how much to bill you. They have a rough idea of how many people live in your house, and they can figure out which months you go on vacation, because that's going to show up in changes in your water usage. If Waterworks reads your water bill every day, they're going to have a pretty good idea of what your schedule looks like, right? If you're working at the office 5 days a week, or you're working from home 3 days a week, do you have ragers every Saturday night? They're going to see that on the water usage. If Waterworks is reading your meter continuously, they'll know every time you use the toilet. Right? How frequently you run through, how frequently you collect the data has a big impact on how much of a privacy violation it is. So Google Street View, they run through every couple of years, right? Not going to learn a ton. This system, you presumably be running through every month, every week, sometimes maybe even every day. That changes dramatically how much you can learn about people in their neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, MJ. Appreciate it. Appreciate you bringing this forward. I've just got one question for Jessica. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Councilwoman Elliott.
Excuse me, thank you. My comment is just in terms of, we have a legal staff. We trust that our legal staff is going to do their due diligence. MJ, I appreciate your slide presentation, but of course it was from your point of view. And we trust our legal counsel to keep us out of trouble.
This is the exact point I was going to make in a different fashion, and that is asking Jessica a question. Jessica, if you can unmute yourself, I guess, you know what we're dealing with. We're wanting to make sure that we're protecting the privacy of our residents, yet at the same time using these new technological tools to be able to make sure that they're safe, or in the case of flock cameras, or in this case, to be able to use AI to see if there's any nuisance violations, since we're getting a number of, newer complaints about nuisance violations. These things are increasing, especially in older parts of the city. So I guess, Jessica, my question to you is, as our city attorney and knowing exactly what we're going after here to protect the privacy of our citizens and protect their data, do you feel that our citizens are protected adequately in this contract?
As I read it, and with my conversations with City Detect, I do. Paul and I would not have presented it to the council if we did not equally feel that there were adequate protections.
Okay,
And
that's,
again, if there's things that we learn in this first year, we will absolutely make changes going forward.
well, and that's, I guess, to the point that Councilwoman Elliott was making, we hire you guys for your legal expertise. We, rely on you to be able to protect the public, both their public safety as well as their privacy. And you negotiated this contract with that in mind, obviously, which is why we have the different definitions of data. And so I guess I feel like we're adequately protecting our residents with this. And MJ, I would encourage you that if you don't feel that way, to contact Greta, have a meeting with Greta and Jessica, and if we need to come back and reconsider the vote, assuming this item passes, then we'll do that and go back and negotiate the contract. But I think right now, based on how they've answered, I think the people are adequately protected, their privacy is protected, and this is a great tool that we're going to be able to use to make sure that we're cleaning up the city and keeping it nice and neat for everybody.
Russ, I've got one question for
Yeah,
MJ.
go ahead, Kevin.
MJ, since you seem to be an expert on cameras, what is the policies of Walmart, Target, Jordan Creek Town Center, any place like that with their raw data? Because they're taking pictures of you and me and everybody else that drives in and out of that parking lot all the time.
I could avoid those places. It's a heck of a lot harder to avoid my own neighborhood.
So you never go anywhere in the city because every place got cameras. You drive down your street, I got cameras that show out to the street. That's my comment.
Okay, with that, we're going to move on. MJ, thank you for the presentation. I'd encourage you to get together with our legal staff, should you still think that we have an issue with this. And legal staff, if MJ makes a good point, we'll bring it back. We'll reconsider the vote. We've got 2 meetings after this initial meeting to be able to do that. And we can do that, undo this, and go back to the negotiating table if this is a problem. But I don't think that there is at this point, so. Okay, anybody else in the council chambers for a citizens forum? Sure, come on up and give us your name and address for the record. Again, 5 minutes, civil and respectful. All right,
My name is Martin Gustafson. I live at 3202 Woodland Avenue. And today I'm here to discuss City Code 4-4-5. So
why don't you tell us what City Code 4-4-5 is?
it is the
We don't have a
notice
code
to
in front of us.
abate service part 3B, which is to cut the grass underneath 10
Gotcha,
inches.
gotcha.
So I've been searching for an alternative means to constantly mow and have a discussion on what would be proper to maybe from the property lines, like from the curb. The curb area and like on the sidewalk. And last year I tried to file an appeal for an administrative hearing, but I was given a judicial hearing. So this was only basically seeing if West Des Moines was following the law, and my concerns and objectives were not able to be heard. And I've been trying to ask for means so I can explain myself, so we can. So I could talk and discuss like other means without me being a nuisance, and so that's,
Why don't you tell us what the situation is? You've been getting nuisance violations for having
Yes.
grass greater than 10 inches?
Yes, I
and-
have.
Okay, because my understanding is that our code enforcement does the best they can to work with our residents to,
Yeah.
if you need more time, if you're on vacation, or if your mower's broken, or something like that.
there has been a little cooperation, but it's gotten to the point where like they've recommended me to go through the legal system to take care of the matters.
I'm sorry, I missed that, to go through. what?
To go through the court to take care of the issue. Like I have no other means to.
What, can you explain to me what the issue, I mean, you're here in front of us now, you've got all of us listening.
Yeah,
What
so-
how many violations have you been given?
So it'd be 2023 was like the first time that
Okay.
I got a notice, and I tried to object and explain my issues, and well, like kind of went through the courts, and they came through and cut down all my biodiversity that I've been working on and trying to promote. So that was a loss from there, and then I'm trying to still maintain
So you're trying to maintain biodiversity in your lawn by keeping it longer.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it is inconsistent with how our city code reads.
Yeah, and that's why I'm trying to have a discussion with where I can address my concerns and objectives to the issue.
Okay.
And work on a balance for compromise where you're happy and I'm happy as well.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to refer this to one of our city council subcommittees. I
Okay.
believe this belongs in code compliance.
Okay.
So the next time the code compliance meets, we'll get this on the agenda. You can bring it up. 2 council people sit on that subcommittee as well as city staff.
Okay.
You can bring up all of your concerns there, air them out to the council members and staff. You can have arguments and disagreements and you name it. And then after that, we go from there.
Yeah, and that's what I've been trying to do the whole time. And any decision that is made, I'm willing to follow. Just like all the decisions that have
Sure.
been made.
But you understand, whatever the law is in place, you have to abide by.
And that's what I'm trying to do.
That's what is, to me.
And that's what I
It's
want
not
to
that
do.
you're not guilty of the code violation. You're guilty as the code reads now.
Yeah.
But you'd like to have more biodiversity and not have to cut your grass when it's 10 inches.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the argument that you've got to make to the code compliance committee, that we need to look at our ordinance and change that so you have more biodiversity in your lawn. Now, the thing is, with all due respect, we've got to look at that, and you're wanting to have, biodiversity as well as other residents, 74,000 of them that live around you, and what their wishes are for their properties and their neighbors' properties.
Yeah, and-
all of that we have to take
And I would
into
like to
account.
take that in consideration too,
Sure.
because I even thought about, what if I just sat and walked, asked if there was what my neighbors were concerns as they walked by, and take that into consideration, and so that.
But you understand, the next community compliance meeting is going to be July 6th.
Yeah.
At 4:30 here at City Hall. You got to understand that anything that is, any changes to an ordinance is not just for your neighborhood, it's for the entire city. So that's what's going to be
So I
taken
was,
into
just,
consideration.
I was just trying to search, what if there's an application that I could ask for to have a larger area in my yard to promote biodiversity, so.
So let's bring this to the Code Compliance City Council Subcommittee at that next meeting. Let's get it on the agenda. You have a chance to present to the council and all of your points. They can hear that, and then we'll go from there.
So can I add one thing about what has happened recently with trying to work with the code compliance?
Sure.
So I was in here 2 weeks ago, last Monday, and I talked to the city attorney, and he said that he was going to give me a week to abate my front yard, and then he would have a community compliance person come by and talk to me. And he said that he'd be over on Monday. Well, that Monday was Memorial Day. And so I waited till that Tuesday, and nobody showed up until Thursday. And it was just Adam from the city compliance saying that we have, that we're going to abate the front yard. And I was just kind of sideswept and thought we were working together. And then, it was just, the communication was broke down from what I was.
Okay, well, we're going to straighten this
Okay.
out at the Community Compliance City Council Subcommittee, and you said July 6th?
July 6th, yep.
July 6th.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, yeah. So I'll come up with what I'd like to offer. And,
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds
All
good.
right.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Anybody else in the council chambers before I go online? All right, come on up, give us your name and address for the record.
Molly Karstens. I live at 4949 Woodland Avenue. I just wanted to tell you guys thanks for allowing me to be a part of the community engagement program. I want to say thanks for offering it in our city because some of the metro cities don't offer this. I enjoyed it. I met a lot of great people that I have now became friends with. I saw a lot of great things I would have never seen otherwise. From this, I learned a lot, and I've gotten more involved in our city because of this. I hope you guys continue it for years to come, and I encourage all people of West Des Moines to get involved.
Excellent. Thank you for
Thanks so
taking
much,
part
Molly.
in it.
Appreciate you being here.
Molly, you was one of our stars, so thank you.
And as I was explaining at the last meeting too, I mean, education of the public is one of the biggest challenges that we have because everybody's got busy lives every single day. They've got a family, they've got kids, they're trying to get to different practices and whatnot. And so, they rely on our elected officials to, run the city and run it efficiently and effectively. And oftentimes there's certain things that come up that people are unaware of. And, through this, you get to learn some of the different things that go on in the city, how the city operates. And so it's great citizen engagement. We appreciate everybody that stepped up to serve on that committee. So Molly, thanks for being here and thank you for your comments. Really appreciate it. Okay, anybody else in the council chambers before I go online? All right, I'm going to go online. Please hit *6, not #6, not #6, but *6 to unmute yourself. Give us your name and address for the record if you would like to address the council for Citizens Forum. Is there anybody online that would like to address the council on Citizens Forum? Okay, this is the time for Citizens Forum. Anybody online that would like to address the council on Citizens Forum, please hit *6 to unmute yourself. Give us your name and address for the record. I'm going to give another 10 seconds, and then we're going to move on. I'm going to assume that there's nobody online for Citizens Forum. Okay, Citizens Forum is closed. Now going to move on to item 3, Mayor, Council, Manager Report, Other Entities Update, and we're going to start with the Other Entities Update portion of the program. Yes, we're going to do them first. Yep. So with that, we have got our West Des Moines Chamber of Commerce here. If you guys want to come up and present, the podium is yours.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yep,
This gorgeous West Des Moines day.
absolutely.
We don't have to tell our addresses, right?
Well, why don't you?
I always wonder that.
Ryan,
I
do you
just don't
need
know
them
the answer.
too?
I'm really.
Representing the chambers.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Thanks, Ryan.
Go ahead, Catherine. The floor is yours.
Thank you all. Well, thank you all. It's an honor to be here today on this gorgeous West Des Moines day. And this is our annual update. We're very, very excited. Just want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for everybody else in the room today. So on behalf of the West Des Moines Chamber of Commerce and the Foundation, thank you for your partnership, your leadership, and your continued investment in our incredible community. Tonight, we're not here to present every detail of what we do, but it's going to be a lot, of course. But instead, we're here to give you a glimpse into the scope of our work and the impact we all created together. With just 5 full-time team members at the West Des Moines Chamber, we have a small but mighty team. We've powered hundreds of volunteers, board members, sponsors, committee leaders, and community champions who help make all this work possible. So together, we have built one of the most recognized chambers in America, we're so proud to say. For instance, in 2022, the West Des Moines Chamber was named a national finalist for Chamber of the Year, one of the top 3 in the USA in our size category. We will continue to shout that from the rooftops, even though that was in 2022, it still carries through today. So we would not be able to create the best chamber in America without the help of our city friends. Thank you so very much. So tonight, we have executive board members, Maria Davis, our 2026 chair, and Ann Cooper, our secretary. And I am going to share, we're all going to share how we're helping strengthen businesses in our region, develop talent, elevate the city of West Des Moines, and invest in the future of our city. And with that, I'm going to turn it to Ann. Here we go. And I'll be the button pusher.
Thank you, Catherine.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. I would love to just shout from the rooftops along with Catherine the fact that for more than 102 years, the Chamber has been proud to serve the businesses, residents, and community of West Des Moines. Our mission is simple, important yet simple, to position West Des Moines as the best city in America to live, work, and play while championing business success and workforce growth. We're proud to be the largest chamber in our region, now serving more than 1,000 member businesses. And this is a really big milestone, and it's been recognized officially by the Des Moines Business Record Book of Lists. And our members represent tens of thousands of employees and every sector of the economy. Our membership continues to grow because businesses see the value in the connections, advocacy, and resources we provide. We have a record-breaking 30 members of our prestigious President's Council. And this picture here is Catherine with the Chase president, Jamie Dimon.
I love Jamie.
Yeah, so she's got a good picture there. The West Des Moines Chamber has received numerous awards over the past 6 years, and from startups to major employers, we work every day to help businesses thrive. Our pillars and areas of focus include leadership development, business advocacy, community empowerment, and economic development. Our marketing reach is extensive. We have 166 newsletters annually with more than 850,000 impressions, 40,000 monthly social media reach, and over 35,000 website visitors each month. And if you haven't watched it yet, the Drive podcast is one of my favorite things, and you get to see Catherine interviewing some really great leaders in our community. These communications help tell the story of West Des Moines and spotlight local businesses and community success. Tonight, we're going to spotlight our email newsletters. Each week, we produce a newsletter called Coming Up that highlights great events the Chamber is producing with over 150 events and gatherings each month. There are a variety of different options for everyone to engage and participate. 515 West Weekly Newsletter highlights the big happenings in our city, community, and region so people are informed of the top news stories. And then Destination WDM is a bi-monthly newsletter that highlights offerings of our members and places to go, shop, and engage in the community, so promoting all those local businesses and events. And finally, the monthly West YP newsletter helps our young professionals, YP equals young professionals, engage in our city. We have the largest YP organization in the state, and they are very active and want to stay informed of the events in the area. These are just a few samples of our communications, and they're all used to promote our city and keep our citizens engaged.
Thank you, Ann. Now I'm excited to introduce Maria Davis, who's also on P&Z, Planning and Zoning. Thank you, Ann.
One of our most important responsibilities is workforce development, and a wide variety of programs help build strong pipelines of workforce in America that includes nationally recognized West Des Moines Leadership Academy, which I was part of. And we just awarded Mayor Russ Trimble with the first Alumni of the Year award.
Yes.
The West Des Moines Leadership Academy Alumni Group also leads the Day of Kindness and the West YP Professionals, which Ann mentioned, and the U-Turn program for college interns. New High School Leadership Academy just finished its third year. Will finish its third year in 2027. The West Des Moines Leadership Academy continues to develop community leaders and now has produced hundreds of alumni through the city and the region. And the Academy raised approximately $90,000 this year for Ken Play.
That's amazing.
Our High School Leadership Academy helps to train our youth for the best careers in our city, and that's the class. We're also proud of our award-winning programs and events that bring people together and strengthen community connections, like the Athene Beyond Boundaries Business Summit, pictured here. And then our annual Martin Luther King Day celebration that we continue to collaborate with the City of West Des Moines is inspiring, meaningful, developing conversations around service, leadership, and community. I love this picture. Our annual dinner celebrates the individuals and organizations helping West Des Moines move forward. We had over 600 attendees this year from around the region, complete with indoor fireworks.
Got to have the indoor fireworks, you guys.
And then the Best of the West Awards highlights 100 people, places, and things that make our city special. The annual mentoring event, which Ann and I both have had the opportunity of presenting at, draws nearly 400 not only in the city but the entire region. Many of these programs are volunteer-led and supported by community partners such as First Responders Appreciation Breakfast, where the city is a critical partner, so thank you for that. Our monthly lunches are becoming a more popular draw with about 150 at Glen Oaks to learn from key stakeholders on a variety of vital topics. Ryan just emceed our very popular real estate and investment lunch, and our annual State of the City is coming up in July.
That's right.
The monthly Breakfast Before Business draws over 100, and this event rotates different businesses in the community. If you like coffee, if you'd prefer a wine or a beer, the monthly rush hours are also popular and rotate different businesses in our community to give them time to shine. Finally, we have a Government Affairs Committee and a series of annual events that help our area become more civically engaged. Turn it back to Construct Iowa. Construct Iowa is an event where we draw leaders from around the community for real estate development. I'm totally winging this.
No, that's perfect. You're right. You're exactly right.
We are trying to help develop the real estate community.
Yep.
Development, infrastructure.
This is a new event we started this year, and Ryan Moffett, Ryan Penning led our very first event at the Recplex, talking about the grant experience and also the success of the Recplex. So that's been a great event.
Yes.
Thank you,
Thank
Marie.
you.
Appreciate you. Amazing. So back to Catherine. So we started another nonprofit as well as the chamber. We started this during our 100-year celebration 2 years ago. So we have something called the West Des Moines Chamber Foundation. It's a 501c3, and we really started this to serve our community for the next 100 years and help us problem solve. There's going to be a lot of exciting things going on in our city. We have another tool in the toolbox that'll help us with that growth and development of our beautiful city. So we have our foundation, we have our advisory board. These are the top leaders, not in just West Des Moines, but across the entire region, including Matt McKinney is on that foundation board. So thank you, Matt. And Doug is on our chamber board. So thank you both. What we're working on now is a West Des Moines Innovation Center, more news to come, but it's all about job creation. We looked at some of the reports we've had, the 2040 plan, the Newmark Economic Development Plan, and kind of thought, how can we really help that? And Ryan and I are starting to have some meetings to talk about that, but how can we take that information and really add power to it to create a great city for job creation? So this is just a little snapshot of the foundation. Thanks, Marie, for clicking for me. Appreciate that. So some of our big impacts this year, as Maria and Ann mentioned, we have over 1,000 members strong, which is huge for that milestone. We've always been number 3 chamber in the region. There's 23 chambers in our Greater Des Moines region, if you can imagine that. But we've always been number 3. We're now number 1. So that's very much pride and joy for the city of West Des Moines. And we love saying that. President's Council members, we had 7 when I joined. We're now up to 30, and then some. These are the top leading companies in our city, and they are very, very engaged in our city. They care deeply about what goes on in our city, and they are prime to help us promote. I know that was something that Newmark had said at a city council meeting workshop that I watched. So West YP is the largest. Our Your Turn for Summer Interns is a free program. Last year we had 480 youth participate around the entire metro, which is even more than the partnership, which is kind of nice. It's like, oh my gosh, we've got a lot of people here. So I love that. So we are now having youth sign up for that now. Last year, the Leadership Academy raised $64,000 for West Des Moines Human Services. Love that. Since 2011, we have raised over $500,000 for other nonprofits to help our city grow and thrive. And we talked about the newsletters, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot here, and we're 102 years old, not me, but the chamber. So yeah, so that's exciting. And guess what? The West is yet to come. Woo! Okay, there we go. Do you like that ending? We didn't do
That
it on the
was-
right note.
That was an amazing ending. Well,
Quote from the mayor.
Mayor, quote from Mayor. Oh, yeah, did you see it, Mayor?
thank you guys so much for being here and presenting to us, and thank you for all that you do. You guys do so much, as you outlined here. I mean, you could have gone on forever, all the different events you've had that bring us all together. You know, economic development, workforce development, forming a foundation, a 501c3, to be able to partner with the city on different economic development projects and whatnot. I mean, it's extremely, extremely powerful. I'm amazed at all of the different things that you have going on at one time. You guys do such a phenomenal job, and we've got such an incredible partnership between the city, the chamber, the Historic Valley Junction Foundation, and all of our school districts to really move this city in the same direction, and move it to be the best city in America in which to live, work, and play, and raise a family. And
One day retire.
man, and retire. I'm getting there soon, trust me. I just can't thank you enough. Can't thank you enough for all that you do. It's just absolutely phenomenal, and we couldn't do what we do without you and without our business partners who really make our community what it is. So thank you so much. Councilwoman Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor.
First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. But I must admit that I actually visited the chamber, and Catherine gave me a tour. She gave me plenty of literature. And I think what is just so amazing, there's a limited number of staff to do the things that you're doing. Yeah, only 5. And I'm a marketer. I've always been a marketer. So it was quite impressive, you know, to see a staff of 5 and what you're producing. I was very impressed, and I was so glad that you invited me to come and take the tour.
Thank you. That was nice.
But I do have one question. Can you just tell me a little bit more about the youth program? Because you did state that applications are being taken, and that would be something I think would be real valuable for the greater community to know a little bit more about.
Yeah, the summer Your Turn for College intern program. Yep, we've been doing that for about 8 years, and it's a free program. It's for all those companies that bring in interns for the summer, from 1 to, I mean, some of our bigger companies have 50 interns. So a lot of them enroll them into our Your Turn for Summer intern program. There are 5 separate events. There's networking, there's learning, there's a session on, you know, budgeting. These are things that these youth sometimes are not getting in college, right? Some of the soft skill training too. So we have 5 different events that they all sign up for and show up for and meet each other. Our real goal is to help them fall in love with West Des Moines, so that when they go back to their college, wherever that might be in the USA, we want them to go, I had the best experience in West Des Moines. I want to move there. I want to take a job there. And if they, you know, have a family, you know, eventually I want to move my family there. So it's helping them fall in love with our city. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It would be great if we could kind of get our high schoolers involved in the early stages before they get to college.
Yeah, and we've got our new high school leadership academy that we just started. So we're in our 3rd year of that next year. So that's more leadership development oriented, but yeah. Thank you, Finette.
Yeah.
And we have worked with the West Des Moines Community Schools on high school internships and whatnot as well, right?
Yes.
And I know they just had the work-based learning, CTE, you were there.
I was there.
You know, celebration, acknowledgement of all the students, and
Yes.
it's just amazing. It took everything that I had just to get through high school, and we have a bunch of kids, I mean,
They're amazing.
probably close to 100 kids, I would guess, that are graduating from Valley, and they already have like their AA. You
Which
know,
is
or they've got
awesome.
certificates in this or that. It's absolutely unbelievable and mind-blowing. So,
Yep.
all right.
Yep, Mayor, just a couple of brief comments. Catherine, thank you for being here, and Ann and Maria, thank you also for joining. Super proud of the work that you guys have done. I had the opportunity to serve on the chamber board and go through the leadership team there, and at that time, I think back in 2018, we had maybe 13, 14 President's Council members, and I know we were thrilled at that point, like, oh my goodness, I hope this isn't the best, you know, and here they've doubled it. So that's really excellent work. And And then obviously the creation of the foundation, I'm excited to see where that goes. Appreciate the opportunity to serve on that foundation board. I think that has a great potential to further serve our community. And on that note, I also, Catherine, want to say thank you also for the work that you do on the West Des Moines Community Foundation Board, which is of course separate and distinct from the Chamber and the Chamber's foundation. Just a lot of ways in which you personally show up and also your organization. One of the things that I would say is, we are going through a process now. We've got a workshop tonight on I think more on the residential side, but we're going to be hopefully adopting some ordinances to implement our comprehensive plan. And as I looked at your presentation here, as it relates to, economic development, I think one of the pillars that you referenced is that you're there for, and I know that is important to a lot of your members, is we really need some feedback on what those ordinances, how they are going to be applied, what it means for the business community, what it means for probably less your concern, residential community, but certainly the business community for economic development activity. And so I know that when we had it development planning a few weeks ago, they talked about how they're going to reach out to the home builders, they're going to reach out to the developer community. I hope and want them to reach out to the chamber to get your members' feedback, because once that's in place, I know we do a comp plan every roughly 10 years, and we're 5 years. We're going to be doing another one, I guess, in 5 years. But I kid, I joke.
Oh, my God.
But we are just now getting to the ordinances. And those are the kind of the meat and potatoes things that I'd love to hear the feedback from your members and from your organization on. But thanks for all you do for our community.
That's what we're here for.
Yep.
And just to
Absolutely.
piggyback on what he said, I mean, it's our job to make the best city that we possibly can. And that includes being able to, grow our economy, work with the private sector to create jobs and all those different things, create different opportunities for entrepreneurs. We want to make sure that, as Councilman McKinney said, that we're putting these ordinances in place, we're putting this zoning in place, that, if there is a, burdensome regulation or something that is going to cause a problem for business, we need to know that, because, again, we need to make the best city possible. The business community needs to be profitable, needs to make, a profit every single day and pay their people and those kind of things. And hopefully we get to a place where our laws on the books meet up in the middle with what they're trying to do, and we can have a great city and they can have a great business. And that's where we always try to get to. But we got to have standards. We have high standards in West Des Moines, but we want to make sure that the standards aren't so high that it's driving businesses elsewhere. So that is going to be a critical part of this whole thing.
And Mayor, even along those points, I mean, I'm going to say something you might initially say, what are you referring to? Bring up the topic of flock.
Yeah.
I know that there are many businesses that utilize those tools.
Yeah.
Why? Because it helps stop theft.
Right.
And I got to imagine your members care pretty significantly about theft, vandalism, and being able to get back property that's stolen from them, or to deter that sort of activity.
Kidwell had that. Did you hear about Kidwell? As soon as they moved in, right on Westtown Parkway, they were robbed, but it was the flock cameras that found the people. Ironically, Kidwell is a security company. They sell security devices and solutions. So isn't that interesting? But it was a flock camera that found the people.
Yeah, and so I bring that up as an example of, hey, I totally respect and appreciate folks raising questions and concerns around privacy and security, and that is paramount. We have to, put that at the top. But privacy and security of individuals and their property is also at the top. And so as and I think Councilman Hudson, you've got a meeting this Friday on Flock. And there are others. Okay, Councilman Lotz will be involved. Hearing perspective from the business community. Hey, we don't like this, or hey, this is really important. Those little things is when I say little, I mean I don't mean to make it a small thing, because it is important. But you wouldn't think maybe that the chamber would care, but perhaps your members really care about what it means for doing business along Mill Civic Parkway, along Jordan Creek Parkway, and the risk or the reduced risk associated with it. So always welcome your feedback, even on things as interesting as technology.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question of the
Yes,
mayor?
go ahead.
Is that residential planning and zoning and ordinance changes coming through planning and zoning?
Is the residential, I would assume that it would come through planning and zoning. Yes.
Is it just brainstorming tonight?
It is brainstorming, going through the workshop, seeing what we're going to
Okay.
look at putting in place, and then, yes, it will come through planning and zoning.
Educating the less educated right here.
Okay. Thank you.
So you will see it. You will take a look at it as well and give us your input on that. Okay, any other questions, comments at all?
Thank you for the work you guys do.
Catherine, Ann, or Maria?
you, Doug,
All right.
for being on our
Thanks
board.
so much for
Appreciate
being
you
here,
so
guys.
much.
Thanks for everything.
Thank you all. Appreciate your support.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay,
Roll Tigers.
absolutely. All right, moving on with
Yeah, we have a room too.
Mayor, Council, Manager Report. I'll start down to my left with Councilman Lotz. Any council report?
Yeah, I just want to pick up on one thing that we touched on earlier. So I went through the contract here quickly, and I'm not a lawyer, but I've done dozens, if not hundreds, of these types of contracts in my career. So MJ is right. He did a really thorough job looking at it and brought up some very poignant things that caught my attention. And one of the reasons that caught my attention is this type of camera is different than Flock. I can go into the reason why, but Flock is not a proactive situation in the sense that the police they have to have a reason for going in and getting the data, whereas we're going out here and using it in a little bit different way. So then I went into the contract and I read, and I'll just call it section 2.2. The company has the right to process customer data solely for the purposes of providing the product to the customer, who is us. We've granted them a worldwide right to license to create analytical data, which is defined in the contract as being derived from customer data. So what they're going to do is they're going to send that data over to an offshore place, and they're going to train the models with doing it. That's a very common thing, so that's not an issue either. City Detect shall not disclose any analytical data that can specifically identify a customer or its end users, people on the street, right? And then City Detect shall not use customer data for any purposes outside the scope of the agreement or as otherwise permitted in the privacy policy. So I went down, zoomed through the privacy policy. It's pretty straightforward. It's fairly benign. So I'm kind of stepping back from this, looking at it and going, okay, I didn't get involved with this contract like I did Flock, but I feel like this is an acceptable thing for me personally. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for that review, Doug. Appreciate it. All right, Councilman Trevilian.
Nothing this time.
All right, Councilwoman Elliott.
Okay, I'll try to keep this short. By the way, excuse me, I have a full page. Actually, Russ and I had an opportunity to go to the groundbreaking for Dowling Catholic High School. Quite impressive. And I think it does need to be noted that we do have two high schools in West Des Moines. We have the Valley Tigers. We also have the Dowling Maroons. From going to the groundbreaking, I had a conversation with the principal. So some of the things that I would like to see is back in the day, when Dowling and Valley would play, it was called the Dial Bowl. And items were brought and then given to, or available to our Human Services Department. So I publicly would like to see that again, because we're not adversaries. We're all one West Des Moines, and we just need to remember that. Let's see, Russ and I also was at Valley Southwoods for the apprenticeship signing. Over 100 students there. I got in on the tail end. What is so neat about our national apprenticeship program, is the fact that the students, the ones who are accepted, they sit at the table just the same as if there was a football player with their family signing, baseball player, whatever sport. So I thought that is very neat, because we do want to lift these students up. Vocational education is very important. As us boomers retire, we need those skilled trades. So And then you posed for a lot of pictures. I think Russ was in pictures with all of the apprentices and their family. So it was great though to see your presence there for the parents to understand you back, our mayor backs the apprenticeship program, vocational education. So thank you for being there.
Absolutely. Thank you for being there.
Yes, let's see, I also attended the Human Services Advisory Board. F&A. We'll let Greg, if he wants to go over F&A, I won't go into that. Last but not least, the Community Engagement Institute. We did have our last meeting on Wednesday with Molly here in attendance. I want to kind of read just real quick. I'll make it quick because I think that this is important. The Community Engagement Institute, the purpose of the CEI is to educate residents about local government's role and functions, foster trust between the community and city leaders, and provide city officials with insights into residents' needs. This is an opportunity for the community to get engaged, to understand what goes on in our various departments. I attended every session because I thought it was important for me being new on the council to understand the job that our department leads are doing. So I think it's an excellent program. Audrey Kennis runs it. I know we don't have enough room for a lot, but the advantage is that each and every last one of the individuals that attended expressed interest in going to our website to see different boards or committees that they could sign up and participate. So that's the beauty of the program. We're being able to put more citizens involved in our commissions and boards. I also attended the Valley Junction Foundation. Attended a session on flock cameras as put by the ACLU, which was very informative. But the beauty of it is that our police chief, Craig Valentine, was there also. I think it was important to have him there because he provided an opportunity to explain, and I'm not going to say counteract what the ACLU presented, but what the ACLU presented wasn't the full story. So I think that it was important to have Craig there to actually explain the intent of why West Des Moines is using the flock cameras. So thank you very much for attending and explaining, Craig. I attended DART orientation. I also attended DART Reimagine campaign is rolling out shortly. A few of us signed up for the new Route 4. Interesting, everyone should know, this Thursday at the West Des Moines Library, there will be an open house. Anyone can come and ask questions in terms of this reconfiguration of our public transit program. This Thursday, 5 to 7 at the West Des Moines Library. Last but not least, I'm sorry, you guys. Last but not least, I attended my first cricket match. I didn't even know that we had a cricket team. All the things that I am learning. But on Saturday, it was the Iowa team against the Minnesota team. This program, though, has existed for 9 years. We have students that started when they were 5 years old, and now they are on part of the age 15 category. So I was quite impressed. I would encourage people to read up on cricket. You know, I think it is a sport that will take off. And the beauty of it, West Des Moines provides the field for them to have their matches. So thank you, City of West Des Moines, for supporting cricket.
Absolutely. I would just say I continue to be impressed. Since you've gotten elected, you've jumped in feet first, and you've gone to everything. You went to all the Community Engagement Institute meetings. I was surprised when I came to 2 of them, and you were there, and I figured you went to every one of them. You've gone to all these different meetings that you've talked to us about. You're learning DART. I just really appreciate you with your engagement, going to all the different things that you can. I know that you're working hard and you're absorbing everything, and you know, we did see each other at the continuing,
graduation.
continuing CTE, the apprenticeship program, and a number of different events, including the West Des Moines Leadership Academy graduation, which, you know, I think they're on this was their 18th class, and they have maybe 30 per class. So we've had hundreds of local community leaders go through the West Des Moines Leadership Academy and graduate, and that gets them involved more in the city and in the community. And it's just a phenomenal program. But Councilwoman, thank you for getting so engaged and going to all these different meetings and for reporting back on it. Really appreciate the job you're doing. So, Councilman McKinney.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick updates. All right, last week attended the MPO meeting, and just for the group here, as you look out there on I-35 north of Westtown or near Hickman, there's obviously a lot of activity going on there, and then they're going to start the reconfiguration of the West Mixmaster. And so they talked about how later this year, they're going to start breaking ground on the first flyover. The first part of that is putting pilings in the ground, right? So you're not going to actually see the flyover happen, but they got to put the pilings in the ground there as part of the West Mixmaster. And so you'll start seeing activity in 2026 on construction there. That will be timed such that all of the construction related to Hickman is coming to a conclusion, and then they will start after that out there on the West Mixmaster. The next item was that they approved a $600,000 match in funding from MPO to the City of West Des Moines for Ashworth Road. And the final item we talked about that's relevant to West Des Moines was Highway 5. Last year during the 2025 legislative session, they passed a bill to, one of the first hurdles to reclassify Highway 5 as a potential Interstate 435. As a result of the legislation the Iowa legislature passed, they're in the process, they're working with the Department of Transportation on I'll call it a pilot program. They have a probably more appropriate term for it, where slow-moving vehicles are identified via a camera. And then the camera will report to a sign on the road where if they see a combine or a tractor going at a slow-moving speed and you're traveling at 65 miles an hour, on the sign it will say slow-moving vehicle ahead. And that is a first step towards reclassifying 435. We need Congress to take an action relative to weight and speed, but things are on the move there. The last item I'll say is we had a development and planning meeting this morning, Councilman Lotz and I, and we talked about whether or not we want to open up the city to a bunch of additional cell phone towers. And we chose at this point to kind of learn a little bit more. I think staff's going to look at some other communities, what they're doing. And so we kind of hit the pause button to just open it up to everything and anything. I'm not at least hearing complaints on that topic. So kind of learn more as we go sort of approach. That's all I've got, Mayor.
I appreciate that. That topic on cell phone monopole towers is an important one. Years ago, I asked staff to get together with some of the providers to identify upfront where their locations need to be to put these towers, because, you know, it's always the same thing. You put a tower, we try to co-locate them on the water towers or some other structure that the city has in a park or something to that effect, but oftentimes they can't do that, and it's got to go somewhere else. Of course, the legislature took a lot of that decision-making out of our hands, and we've got some boxes that we can check. Does it meet the fall requirements? Does it meet the zoning? And if it does, then, you know, really not a lot we can do on that front. But typically what happens is residents come in, they get this monopole going up behind their house, and it's always the same textbook complaints about that. Of course, nobody likes to have a big towering pole behind them, but unfortunately, we need these towers. My understanding is that, you know, they don't broadcast very far. And there's a neighborhood that we have in this city right now that a friend of mine lives in off of Reed Lane. Former Councilman John Michelson used to live in that neighborhood as well. There are a lot of dead zones over there. I mean, when I go over there, I know my cell phone's not going to work very well. So I would encourage you guys, I'm glad you hit the pause button to take a look at it and what's going to be involved, but man, we need that infrastructure across the city so that people can communicate with one another and get good service in their homes rather than, you know, not moving when they're talking on the phone. So I'll be interested to see what that looks like. And then if we can identify these, places that are maybe less egregious to people up front, let people know right up front, here's where towers are going to go in the future. So that the homeowners know what to expect going forward. But, it's the same thing with people coming forward talking about data centers as well. We need data centers to be able to use our computers, to be able to use our phones. And if we don't have those, we can't use the technology that we depend on and that we expect to have. And so, but there's people that are coming out against data centers now as well. So unfortunately, these are important things that we need to operate in today's society. But Councilman Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one comment. We had our Finance Administration Subcommittee meeting, Councilwoman Elliott and I, about 2 weeks ago, I guess it would have been, and just want to report, there were a few things we talked about, but one thing I want to report on is that we had a rare sighting of Chief Lou at our Finance Subcommittee meeting, and it was exciting.
Was he lost?
No, he was there with a purpose.
Oh.
And it was great because I always like to say that we have a really great city because we stand on the shoulders of people who were very prescient, who thought ahead of time about where we were going to be in the future. And sure enough, that kind of came up on Wednesday morning, a couple weeks ago, because 10 years ago, when we crafted whatever agreement to build a bridge across Raccoon River out on Grand Prairie Parkway, part of that agreement was that we would have an option to purchase some land for a potential fire station down there and a potential water tower down there. And land can be a little more expensive, but it's going to be relatively cheap compared to what it would be because of that agreement 10 years ago. And that's the kind of pre-planning that I really, really love about the people who were on city council 10 years ago, two of these guys who are right up here, but also city staff who thought ahead of time to make that agreement. Because we just opened up a new fire station off the bypass, off of Veterans Parkway. And certainly this fire station won't be built for some time. This water tower won't be built for some time. But the fact that we have an option to purchase that land way, 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 way cheaper because of the agreement made a decade ago, I think is impressive. So since this is where our future expansion lies, southwest of the city, the fact that we can service those folks with fire and water, it's a huge game changer. And it won't be us probably who are benefiting from this. It's our future residents and certainly future staff and future city councils who will be able to make that decision a lot easier on when to build it because we have that option because of people 10 years ago, et cetera. So that concludes my report, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Those are not easy, discussions, but, we did have those discussions. Hey, let's pay millions of dollars right now. Let's buy the land or let's get this in place in the agreement so that we have an ability to do that down the road because land isn't getting cheaper. So anyway, well, thank you for the report. Going on to City Manager Tom Hadden.
I have a brief report tonight, Your Honor.
Okay.
The legislature passed significant property tax legislation that's going to impact all the cities of the state, and we're working hard to make sure we're in compliance with that and do what we need to do to lean up, be efficient, but yet still provide the services and programs that our citizens expect. And it's going to be quite a challenge, but we're up to it. We're working on it. And I wanted to let you know that, but I wanted to pick out one particular issue we're working on is 2 weeks ago, we sent out notices to counties, Polk County, Dallas County, Warren County. We don't have enough people in Madison County, Warren, but we offer a 911 service through what's called Westcom. Westcom has 6 cities in it. It's the 7th largest dispatch facility in the state of Iowa. So what we have found out, it's been a couple of years, right? So we have found out when we were going through our budgeting in the past that our taxpayers are paying for 911 services in those respective counties, but we're also paying for our service. The thing is, like in Dallas County, for example, their citizens don't pay any additional fees in the communities in Dallas County. Waukees part of our Westcom group. And in Polk County, the cities that are on Polk County's dispatch get a significant discount and don't have to pay the same rates. So what we're basically asking is some equity in this. We want to sit down with them and talk about, we'd like to be reimbursed for the same amount you're spending on the residents in the county, but we are paying, our residents are in your county paying the same amount. and with our tax base even more. So hopefully what comes of this is they basically pay for the service their county members of the county are receiving in their respective counties, and or have conversations. We're open to doing other things in the future, what makes sense for our residents, and if it's joining and coordinating with that other efforts, we will. But I do want to make sure when through this process, this is a big deal because it's significant dollars to provide this very valuable service that we have to for our city. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Tom, I appreciate you finding that years ago, and we've been working on a solution ever since. Our residents should not be levied a tax for a service that they don't receive from the county. And that's as basic as we can put it. Right now, the counties are levying a tax on our citizens for a service that they don't provide. And so I appreciate you leading the way on this and bringing this to our attention. And I've had some conversations lately with some individuals that I'm encouraged that we're going to be able to figure something out and work something out. But it's about time that we put an end to this. And I think that I think our counties will realize this is very basic to what we're bringing forward, and it makes sense. So okay. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to move on to item 4, consent agenda. Are there any items that any council person would like to have pulled and voted on separately? Otherwise, I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda as distributed.
I'd like to pull 4E.
Okay, 4E. Any other items that any council person would like to have pulled and voted on separately?
Motion for the remainder.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
5 yes.
Okay, item 4E is approval agreement, City Detect software. Councilman Hudson.
Sure. I'm grateful for the work of the city staff on preparing this. I can't speak to the future, but I just don't think it's the right choice at this time. So I'll just be voting no, and that's my comment.
Okay. Does somebody want to move approval of item 4E?
Motion for approval.
Okay, it's a move. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's a move and second. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor, you mentioned earlier that if there's some reason that we need to reconsider this, that can be done in 2 weeks.
Yes, I believe, and Ryan, if you want to, is it?
Next 2 meetings.
Next 2 meetings following this one, we can have a motion to reconsider.
I think.
Change what we've done.
I think I appreciate Doug, Councilman Lodes, you going through this. Obviously, this is your kind of bailiwick, so to speak. Jessica, I appreciate her comments online tonight and the information that was presented. I think, obviously you guys, gentlemen, have a meeting this Friday on the Flock conversation. I'd love to understand if what comes from that influences anything that we've heard tonight on item 4E. But based upon Jessica's legal interpretation of this, Doug, your interpretation of this, I'm happy to move this forward, but I'd love to hear if there's any reason after Friday's meeting and of any further analysis that's done that we should have any concern, we can come back and address it. Thank you.
Councilman, I wasn't going to say another comment, but I think on Friday's meeting, the Flock, I don't think this particular part of the discussion, because these are 2 separate issues. And so I certainly don't want to conflate them. And while certainly there's some overlap and similarity, but overall, I don't believe we're going to talk about this on Friday. I mean, I guess it could come up, but I just don't want to conflate these 2 things. So,
As the chair of that committee, we won't be talking about this on Friday.
And as chair of the community compliance, community compliance subcommittee, if you feel that you want us to get back together in 2 weeks to meet, we will, to discuss this. I mean, I don't have a problem, talking about this again, but I think everything's been looked at, and I think we're in a good position. But again, if some of the council members think they want us to readdress this, we'd be happy to meet in 2 weeks.
That's fair. And by the way, I'm not asking for this to be reviewed on Friday. I just know the topic of citizen privacy, about data practices, about security. I got to believe those things are going to be talked about on Friday. And to the extent you all learn something on Friday that informs your perspective on what we've been discussing tonight, I'd like to know if we ought to reconsider something. So that's where I'm coming from. Yeah.
I think our staff understands where we're at on this issue, right? And I think our citizens understand where we're at on this issue. We want to make sure that we maintain public safety to the greatest extent possible, using whatever available technology is out there, but making sure that people's privacy is protected, that their data is protected, and that they've got the privacy that they deserve. So, and I think that was what staff took into consideration when they went through and negotiated this contract. And I think that's what the expectation of this council is going forward on every single contract that we negotiate with entities for technology or what have you. We need to take a look at this. This has obviously become an issue, and this isn't anything new. With new technology, a lot of times technology comes before the law is there to regulate it, and legislators have to make changes to the law to be able to protect people, make sure that their data is safe and that their privacy is protected. So we care deeply about that, but we care deeply about public safety as well. And, this other item, Councilman Hudson, that you're voting no on, this isn't as, in my opinion, as important as the flock cameras are, because the flock cameras are about public safety. This is an incredible tool that, we had a discussion up here on the dais, right? People are hearing as we're knocking on doors from people, especially in older parts of the city, more now in the way of compliance issues. And we all voiced the concern that we want to make sure that we're staying on top of this, that we're not just being reactionary, but that we're being proactive. And kudos to staff for being proactive and taking a look at this, finding AI to use these tools to be able to give the residents what they want, which is more proactive community compliance. And that's what we have in front of us. So make sure that the data is protected, that the privacy is protected to the greatest extent that we can, and then let's use this tool and let's give the residents what they want in the way of community compliance. That's what this does. So,
And we talked about that in depth, and Doug was still on community compliance at that time. We talked about this in depth.
yeah.
And that's part of the reason that staff was able to negotiate things with City Detect that they typically don't do, is because we wanted to make sure that we were protecting all of that.
And I'll add one other thing. Section 3.1 on the ownership of the data spells out clearly, we retain that data and that right. They maintain their rights to ownership of their platform, right? Which includes the analytical data, which is after people's faces are blurred and whatnot. So I'm very comfortable with this at this point. I kind of, and I'm sorry, I jumped in on somebody else's report here, but I think I'm comfortable with it at this point. I did leave the Community Compliance Committee when Councilwoman Finette here got elected, and so I didn't get to see that contract part of it, I think. And so this is of interest to me because it's of the business that I'm in. So I'm good. Thank you.
And look, you're always going to have different sensitivity to privacy and whatnot. I mean, I've got a friend that I used to work with that if you could win $1 million and all you had to put down was your zip code, he wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. Nope. He didn't want a zip code in there. He didn't know how it was going to be used, who was going to have it. I'm like, but Josh, you could win $1 million. Nope, not doing it. So you're never going to be able to please everybody. And that's with every single issue that we deal with, including privacy. Right? 74,000 residents, we got 74,000 opinions and special interests. We do the best we can for the most number of people that we possibly can, and I think that's what we're doing here. So thank you to staff for being proactive, bringing this tool, and thank you to our legal staff for knowing what we're looking for and protecting people's privacy and getting us to this point. Councilman, I wish you were supporting this tonight, but I respect that you're not. Okay, any further comments before we vote? With that, please vote.
4 yes, 1 no.
Okay, moving on to item 5, old business, item 5A. We've got approval of traffic code amendment, official traffic controls, South Grand Prairie Parkway and Wendover Road / EP True Parkway. We've got an ordinance amendment for approval of the second reading, waiver of the third reading, and adoption in final form. There are no outstanding issues and no changes from the previous reading, which was adopted unanimously by the council at our last meeting.
Motion to consider second reading.
Second.
Okay, so moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
Five yes, an ordinance amending the city code of the city of West Des Moines, Iowa, 2024 by amending provisions pertaining to the traffic code relating to official traffic controls.
Motion to approve second reading.
Second.
Please vote.
Five yes.
Motion to waive the third reading and adopt in final form.
Second.
Please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, item 6, public hearings. Item 6A, this is the time and place for public hearing to consider 8802 Scarlet Drive, vacation of the west 16 feet of a 30-foot buffer park easement initiated by Stephanie L. Jensen. Ryan, would you please read the date the notice is published?
May 22nd, 2026 in the Des Moines Register.
And have you received any written comments to this hearing?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, anybody in the audience who would like to address the council on item 6A, please come to the podium. Give us your name and address to the record. If you're online, hit *6 to unmute yourself and do the same. Is there anybody either in the council chambers or online that would like to address the council on this item? Okay. Hearing and seeing no one, I'll declare the public hearing closed. We've got a resolution for approval of the vacation request, and there are no outstanding issues.
Motion to approve?
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the dais?
I guess this is a question for Lynn. What was the reason for having this 30 feet and now we can vacate over half of it? I mean, I'd be interested to know what was the thought behind it. And if something's going to get widened later on, then we're going to end up buying this property. So there had to have been a reason.
Lynn Tweet, Director of Development Services. This is a double frontage lot. Therefore, it's required to have a buffer along the rear lot line. So that is on the private property. There's no intentions to widen the road. It's just a 30-foot. They put in a 4-foot fence in the wrong spot, matching a neighbor who got the same kind of vacation a month or two ago.
Okay.
So it's just an existing condition. This is one way to remedy it so they can keep their fence.
All right. Thank you.
All right, any other discussion?
Lynn, I appreciate the flexibility that you all are providing to our residents, so thank you.
Okay, hearing no further discussion, please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, item 6B, this is a time and a place for a public hearing to consider 2026 PCC trail renovations initiated by the city of West Des Moines. Ryan, would you please read the date the notice was published?
May 15th, 2026 in the Des Moines Register.
And have you received any written communications to this hearing?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, anybody from the audience like to address the council on item 6B, please come to the podium, give us your name and address for the record. Anybody online, hit *6 to unmute yourself and do the same. Is there anybody that would like to address the council on this item? Okay, hearing and seeing no one, I'll declare the public hearing closed, and we've got 2 resolutions and motions we can take at the same time, and there are no outstanding issues.
Motion approved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, item 7, new business. Ridgeview at Moffett Lake, 3760 Southeast Moffett Lake Road. Approve a preliminary plat to create 132 lots for single-family residential development, 9 outlots, and 1 street lot, Ridgeview at Moffett Lake LLC. We've got a resolution for approval of the preliminary plat, and there are no outstanding issues, but there are 5 conditions of approval, thank you, staff, related to the following. Public utility easements in the front on some lots, deferring the buffering requirement along the southwest property line until we know what development goes on there. Parkland dedication easement of 2.35 acres contingent upon 3 of the southern lots not selling. Development of single-family driveways off of local streets and not off of Southeast Moffett Lake Road, and the location of secondary temporary access road, and acknowledgement that it is to operate like a city street and to be removed once future street connections are made. Can I get a motion to approve the resolution? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there anybody in the audience or online that would like to address the council on this item? Okay, is there any discussion on the dais? Hearing none, please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, item 7B, Dowling Catholic High School, 1400 Buffalo Road, approve major modification to the site plan to allow building addition, new arena, new access on 17th Street, and changes to the internal parking lot. Dowling College, we've got a resolution for approval of a major modification to the site plan and acceptance of associated legal documents for major building additions for Dowling Catholic High School, and there are no outstanding issues.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there anybody in the audience or online that would like to address the council on this item? Any discussion on the dais?
Just say this is similar to the last item that came up a couple weeks ago. Exciting to see this move forward in the city of West Des Moines, to see this expansion to help, we talked about workforce a little bit earlier with the chamber. Obviously, this is right along those lines, and appreciate the work the staff has done related to the traffic and working with the school to help address traffic. And, as you read through the picky here, you see that a lot of detail, a lot of work has gone into that. So appreciate being able to find a balance between allowing folks to grow, to provide a great education, and at the same time, trying to limit and reduce impact on the neighborhood. So.
Yeah, absolutely. As Councilwoman Elliott said, we do have two high schools in West Des Moines. They are both extremely important to the vibrancy of our city and to making sure that we provide our kids with a world-class 21st century education. And, both of us were at the not only groundbreaking, but ground blessing. It was the first ground blessing I've ever been to. That was absolutely amazing. And I'll tell you what, they have done an incredible job. They're still working on their capital campaign to raise the money that they need for this. But there have been a lot of very generous donors who have contributed a lot of money to improve the experience of the students here. And, as I've explained to somebody that asked a question once, why would I, support this, public or private, especially if my property tax dollars are being used? There is no bigger economic development driver of this city than our schools, public and private. No bigger economic development driver. That is the number one decision of why people decide to move where they move. They want to make sure their kid has an incredible education. If our schools here stop providing that incredible education, if they don't have the ability to add the amenities and the different things that they need to provide that education, our city is in trouble. So this is going to be a phenomenal project. It is going to really help draw more kids into Dowling and provide that world-class education. And it was an honor to be a part of the groundbreaking and ground blessing, and really wish them the best and appreciate the investment and everybody that's contributed to this. So.
It's pretty exciting. My older two went to Dowling, and my younger one is going to get to take advantage of this new stuff. And the older two were kind of bummed. We were talking about it the other day. So, but the education thing's so huge. Like, we have to invest in our schools, whether it's Valley schools or even this. And I think this is a great improvement for them.
No doubt about it. We're house divided. My oldest went to Dowling, and my three younger kids all went to Valley and are proud Valley Tigers. So whatever works best for the kid. All right. Is there any other discussion before we vote? All right. Hearing none, please vote.
5 yes.
Okay, item 7C, Plat of Survey 2026-56, 3700 Hidden Creek Drive, approved plat of survey creating a parcel for the transfer of ownership. Reed and Sarah Tamasia. We've got a resolution for approval and release of the plat of survey, and there are no outstanding issues, but there is a condition of approval regarding the requirement of execution of a lot tie agreement once the land is acquired. Can I get a motion? All right, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. Is there anybody in the audience or online that would like to address the council on this item? Okay, is there any discussion on the dais? All right, please vote.
5 yes.
Item 7D, plat of survey, parcel 26-49 and 26-50, 977, 985, and 993, South 95th Street. Approved plat of survey to create two parcels to increase the size of adjacent lots for future single-family residential development. David and Gail Elgin. We have got a resolution for approval and release of the Plattus survey, and there are no outstanding issues.
Motion approved.
Okay,
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Is there anybody either online or out in the chambers that would like to address the council on this item? Is there any discussion on the dais? Okay, please vote.
Five yes.
Item 7E, we've got first reading of South 81st Street Forest Place TIF District. We've got an ordinance for approval of the first reading and of tax increment financing ordinance, and there are no outstanding issues. Somebody want to move consideration of the first reading?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there anybody in the audience or online that would like to address the council on this item? Is there any discussion on the dais? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
Five yes, an ordinance providing the general property taxes levied and collected each year on certain property located within the South 81st Street urban renewal area in the city of West Des Moines be paid to a special fund for payment of principal and interest on loans, monies advanced to and indebtedness, including bonds issued or to be issued, incurred by the city in connection with the South 81st Street urban renewal area.
Motion to approve the first reading.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, item 7F. We've got amendment to City Code, Title 5, Police Regulations, Chapter 2, Criminal Code to align it with the Iowa Code. It's as basic as that. So we've got an ordinance amendment for approval of the first reading. There are no outstanding issues.
Motion to consider the first reading.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Is there anybody in the audience or online that would like to address the council on this? Is there any discussion on the dais? Okay, once again, hearing no one, please vote.
Five yes, an ordinance amending the city code of the city of West Des Moines, Iowa, 2024 by amending Title 5 Police Regulations, Chapter 2 Criminal Code.
Motion to approve the first reading.
Second.
Please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, item 8, receive, file, and/or refer. Item 8A, we will receive and file the 2026 West Des Moines Economic Development Strategic Plan. Item 9, other matters. Are there any other matters any council person would like to bring up for the good of the order? I would just say, don't forget, tomorrow's an important day, June 2nd. A lot of people forget this. It's the primary elections and the anniversary of Kelsey and Greg Hudson. So we'll be celebrating them by voting tomorrow.
Absolutely.
All right.
Cities would love that.
That, I bet you would. I bet they both would. All right, with no other business come before the council, we are adjourned into our workshop. We will start the workshop here in about 4 minutes.
Happy
All right. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Geez, some people.
We will hold all of our questions till the end.
Oh, I got a tractor for you if you're into old tractors. Yeah, we do. All right, so this is part 1 of 2. We decided to split it so that we didn't keep you here till 11 o'clock tonight. So I have given you on the dais kind of an agenda of the topics that we're going to discuss, and you'll notice we have worked in some question slides. So ideally, as we kind of go through a topic, we'll ask some questions, get clarity, and move on to the next topic. So that would be the goal for tonight. So, figure out which way I got to do this. So this is an overhaul of the residential section of code. It's not just Chapter 5, which is the residential. It also touches on accessory structures. There's a lot of other pieces that will come with this in the long run. It's being driven, though, by the residential and how do we want to approach residential regulations moving forward. So what we're going to do is what problems are we trying to solve? And I'm not going to read every slide for you. You guys are more than capable of doing that. We're going to hit on a few things, and we're going to try to move through this just as quickly as we can. Sorry, Doug and Matt, who already sat through this kind of once. But so the problems we're trying to solve here, probably the biggest one is the restrictions that we have on homeowners. You know, coming out of COVID, land prices, we get more and more homeowners that are trying to figure out how to make their houses work for them. Our regulations make that really difficult between setbacks, lot coverage, accessory structures versus primary structures. So there's a lot of pieces of the puzzle. So this code is really being driven to kind of help with a lot of that. It's looking at, you know, we have a very confusing code. Things are spread out in different spots. It's really hard to find. We still find things, quite honestly. You'll be researching and go, didn't know that was in code exactly. So there's a lot of complications to it. This is going to try to get to some of the new trends. One of the biggest ones we have lately is detached townhomes on postage stamp lots. They want to act like they're single family, but they're really not. We get a lot of requests of, can I put this structure on the back of my house? And we're going, well, that's not your property, so no, and they don't understand that, so we're going to address that. Rear yard, side yard confusions. One of the biggest ones, and Matt can attest to this, we're dealing with now as a pool house, are accessory structures, and our code in general has a lot of if-thens in it. If you're going to be 30 inches but not higher than 4 feet, you can do this, but if you're going to be this, then you got to be that, and if you're going to do that, then you got to be this. And there's all sorts of rules, and if you don't ask all of the questions, you get part of the answer, and then that leads to more problems for us. Buffers we're going to talk about. You just vacated a part of one tonight. Hopefully this code will increase the housing availability. It'll address those rising costs by trying to open up and give some more opportunities. And it's going to look at kind of the federal and state and what they're starting to do to us. We'll talk a little bit in a couple slides. The Housing Act just was passed last week. What does that mean for us? So again, what this code is kind of going to do, we're going to try to expand the opportunities for residential, not only single family. The second half of this part 2 will be more on the multifamily end of things, but expanding opportunities for homeowners to implement improvements, kind of bringing the code up to date. My code is about 30 years old. We've done numerous amendments over that time to try to hit on certain problems we're having. We're trying to take this one a little more cohesively. Let's look at everything in this residential section. Make it simpler to understand, make it simpler for people to find the information they need. Just kind of hopefully make it much easier for residents to understand what they can do and how they can do it, and they don't run into a lot of problems. Again, the federal, state legislation, using the comp plan, we did adopt it, as Matt's been pointing out. We adopted it. We adopted something that's more flexible, but yet our codes really didn't align with that. So we're trying to catch up to that. 2040 plan that you adopted speaks to trying missing middle housing and trying to advance housing opportunities. And then even looking at some of the other agencies and what they're doing out there on different proposals. So in a kind of the big picture, what we're going to do or how this code may attack some of that, we're going to take a look at setbacks and try to minimize down what the setbacks are. We obviously are a suburb. When suburbs started taking off, everybody wanted a lot of big green space, which worked out fine. Land was abundant, it was flat, it all worked out fine. Rising cost is really starting to take a hit on that. So we're going to look at those setbacks and see if we can do something different there. The primary and accessory structures, that's where a lot of our if-then regulations sit. Was there a real reason why we have to say there's a primary structure and there's an accessory structure in a lot? Is it just able to kind of lump them together? So those if-thens. Density caps, we're not going to talk about them tonight, we're going to talk about it the next time, but our code has density caps for no reason other than somebody thought these numbers were magical. We have no real basis for them. 90% of the time, we're not even hitting our density caps. So it's kind of a question of why do we have them? There's going to be other zoning regulations that will control what can happen on a property and what that density will be. Streetscapes versus buffers, again, you vacated a buffer tonight. Let's maybe stop looking at them as buffers and start looking at them as a streetscape to the city's benefit and take them off the single family as much as we can. We'll promote the missing middle, and hopefully we can kind of deter the idea of putting in private streets. That's another one of those trends that's been coming at us more and more, and they're just a long-term problem. So let's take a look at those and try to figure out how do we get past this. So I mentioned the Federal Housing Act was just passed last week. A lot of what they're asking cities going to be requiring or asking cities to do is to modernize our regulations. A lot of what they're asking us to look at was already on our radar, and parts of it is already incorporated into this. So it's not a huge thing for us, but it is going to say we do have to proceed forward with some kind of code amendments to address a lot of these issues. There's a lot of cities that are saying we're going to prohibit single-family detached residential zoning districts. You have to allow duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes. A lot of them are up to a 12-plex in your single-family neighborhoods by right with no control over it. We have a way to kind of come about that in a much more controlled fashion. And not tonight, we're not going to talk about it. Matt and Doug got a taste of it. That'll be the next meeting. Large minimum lot sizes, again, somebody somewhere down the line said houses and lots should be X size. For whatever reason, nobody really has any basis for them. Sounded good at the time kind of approach. Density caps, parking minimums is another one that you're hearing a lot of communities are saying, or a lot of the advocates are saying, do away with parking minimums. Let the developer figure out what they want to do and what they need for parking. Which is great if that developer is going to hold that property forever. It's going to be the guy who's flipping it that says, oh, what? I don't have to use a lot of my ground for parking? Okay, I'm going to put in more building and then I'm going to sell it. And then the next guy is going to be going, I don't have anywhere to park these people. And then your marketing happens. So we're not a big fan of no parking. We do think that we can look at it and probably take a little better approach to it. Overall height and bulk limits, that's your setbacks, that's your height limits on property, that's your square footage allowances. Missing middle, separation of uses. That's a big problem with our code today. It was set up to say, I take my single family should be next to my medium density should be next to my high density should then next be office, and my office should be next to my commercial. All we did is really create a city where you have to drive to get to anything. There's no walkability in there. You can't have this concept of, on the weekend, I can run down to the local grocery store if I don't live close. So there's been a big problem with that. That's led to a lot of things. And then we'll talk again, the excessive setbacks. And we're going to have some slides here that kind of really paints a picture of what that really is doing to the homeowners or to the affordability of homes. So again, legislative intent, they just really basically are trying to find ways to make things more affordable, make things more available. Capital Crossroads is another one, and maybe some of you sat in on the presentation that was done to the city managers group or have seen that presentation afterwards. So this is a local initiative where they're trying to say all cities should do these things, and that's going to really help the affordability. Okay, I already don't have minimum square foot sizes, but building codes has a little bit, but it's nothing to speak of. I already allow slab construction, so that's not our problem. Setbacks, again, we'll talk about them. I don't 100% agree with what they want to propose, but I don't think they're far out of line. Setbacks measured to foundation, that's one we're going to talk about a little bit. The fire resistive construction starts playing into that. Design requirements, they always want their ability to do whatever they want to do and make them look like boxes if they want to. They want no garages being required. That's one we're going to talk about next time. No landscaping requirements, not so hung up on that. Changing the street right-of-ways or the street cross-sections, taking away curb and gutter, making it easier, shrinking down the right-of-way widths. That's really Brian's wall, not mine so much. What we're going to propose is really staying out of those right-of-ways. So if the right-of-ways want to change, that's fine. It can change in the long run. And then sidewalks. So again, there's a lot of things being tossed out on how do we make things more affordable, more available, more attainable for everybody. Some of it is kind of people not understanding what exactly they're talking about. Some of it certainly is legitimate. So before I dive into the details, I just want to touch on the amendment process because this is not the idea that it'll be at P&Z next week is not anywhere near the ballgame. So we will take from this meeting and our next workshop, we'll take back what you're saying, we'll kind of formalize that into our code amendments, and then we'll start our outreach. Staff fully intends to get with the residential developers, the Home Builders Association, those that do the civil engineers and the architects, those that are doing some of that design, and as well as residents with some open house elements if they want to come in and learn about what we're doing. Then we'll finalize that code, we'll do our noticing and everything, and hopefully by fall, September, October, hopefully we are then in front of the P&Z and the council and getting the residential code updated completely. Okay? All good there. So going back to the comp plan, we did adopt a comp plan that is much more flexible, with just in the sense of how it ties to residential. I have 5 categories on my old comp plan that were 100% residential. I have 5 categories on my new comp plan that are, 2 of them are 100% residential, 3 of them allow that mixing of use houses. I put my houses next to my office or my commercial and everything, so it's allowing for that flexibility. Won't get into what each one is. I think you kind of have a general idea of detached residential from mixed residential from our multi-use, so we won't dive into those too deeply. Our comp plan also includes place types, and the place types were done to make people understand what is intended in that land use district. So when I say it's a mixed residential land use, what type of residential then can fit in that mixed residential land use? If I say it's multi-use low, what kind of uses do fit into that multi-use low? So we're using those place types to kind of just set that overarching expectation. The zoning then is really built off of those place types and off of that comp plan. So this is our next step into it. This slide is just taking a look at our current zoning districts, our place types, residential place types that are in the comp plan, and just saying, here's what I have for current zoning and how they align. Here's how we're going to propose to the new zoning district. The only 2 that I can't, in my place types today, that I can't really allow is the small lot and the intermediate residential. Intermediate residential is that missing middle aspect to it. It is intentionally mixing multifamily and single family. We have a way to do it that we think is a better way to do it. It keeps it more controlled. Everybody knows the expectations. Rather than I put in a single family home and, oh, look, there's an 8-plex that wants to build next to me and I had no idea that was coming down the pipe. So again, we think we have a better approach to it that we're going to propose to you on the next time. So have me slow down if you want me to slow down on anything, because I'm going to fly through this pretty quick. So once we take a look at the place types, we take a look at the zoning districts, then we start saying, okay, what in my code is needed or prevents it today or is needed in the future to try to promote those place types. Current zoning districts, we have several that are residential, and really we have these classifications, but if you think about like these RS districts, those RS districts can go all the way up to a suffix of 40,000 square feet. So you can have, literally I could have from 5,000, 6,000, 7, 8, 9. That number at the end is just saying what the lot size is. But as part of those lot sizes come in, there's some other elements that start changing when we do that. So we'll get into that with the setbacks. That's really where you see it. RE is another one. A lot of times you'll see an RE1A, an RE3A. It's just the size of the lot that's coming into play.
Refresh my memory, please. What is RS?
It's another single family, residential single family. So we have RS and we have R1. And the RS5 and the R1 are pretty much the same, except for the minimum lot size and then the setbacks. So we have these weird districts again that were put into play, but they're really the same thing as just a small residential lot.
Thank you.
So what we're going to propose is really kind of only 3 residential zoning districts. I'll actually say 4. A small lot, which will be anything up to, it'd be a 28-foot to a 42-foot wide lot. Our traditional lots, which is pretty much everything you see around West Des Moines, takes you from that 42-foot wide to 100-foot. Our estate is the 100-foot wide on up. And then a conservation district, which won't regulate by lot size, it'll regulate by the amount of open space put into development. So you can kind of modify your homes and your lots to fit that character of the land. And as I pointed out before, we are growing into areas that are hilly and have a lot of topography, and having that flexibility to kind of really tailor my lots to the land would be the best way to go. So that brings us to the first question slide. I know I went through that really fast, but we are going to propose that we drop a minimum lot size requirement with the exception of the RE district. An RE has to be a 40,000 square foot lot. All the other ones we want to regulate just by a lot width, and I kind of ran through those. The small lot, 28 to 42 foot wide. If you fit that lot width, you are a small lot. The 42 to 100 is our traditional lots, anywhere in there. So today I have an RS that maybe is a 50-foot wide lot, and then a 70-foot wide lot, and an 80-foot wide lot, and a 100-foot wide lot, and the standards change. I don't know why I have to regulate the lot size so drastically. So
Lynn, I know in previous times we've talked about postage stamp lot.
Yep.
What is the size of that?
Well, a postage stamp lot is really, right, for us today, is a multifamily product. And what it says is whatever the size of my dwelling unit is, I have to have a minimum of 7 feet outside the edges, the foundation of that dwelling unit. I can have a maximum of 10 feet, but one side, I can actually make 15 to give them a little more usable area. But that is it. It is dictated by that dwelling unit. There is no real standards that says. And it was done that way to get people to not circumvent zoning and try to put in these really small lots when we really didn't have a tool to do that. We're going to take those postage stamp lots and hopefully get rid of them by creating that small lot residential district. Let the developer say, okay, I know I need a 28 to 42 foot wide, but how deep it is really on the developer and what that home is going to be. If that developer wants to give people another 20 feet beyond that for outdoor space, so be it. That's the way they're going to do it. So the developer will dictate how deep these lots go and ultimately what's that square footage of the lot. When developers come into this, a lot of them, just depending on who the builder is, they know what product they're going to build. They know what size lot needs to go with that. They know what size their lot the customer's going to be looking at. So instead of us guessing and trying to put them into this box, we're going to say we want to control that width of the lot, which controls the street context. So as you're driving down the street, you still kind of have that uniformity to it, but it's not so hard and fast. The depth, like I said, will change. So those detached townhomes, those postage stamp lots go away in favor of the small lot approach. Okay? So if we regulate.
Can you give me an example of where in West Des Moines there is a 28-foot wide lot?
We probably do not have them, honestly. At this
30,
point.
35?
We have a couple 35s, but they're very few far in between. And this small lot will take a different type of developer to come into the city. So that is one way that we can help promote some different types of housing into the city. If you think of the small lot, you're thinking more of like the brownstones, Chicago, New York. You're talking more about, typically they're a narrower home, but they're longer and linear.
But this is still in the single-family detached zone, right?
It's still in the single-family detached zone, so they all stand alone. They all have a side yards to them. They're separated from their neighbors. How deep they go is really on them. They could do them very short and keep them down, and at 900,000 square foot house, they can do them 3,000 feet without any problem. It's just they're going to stretch them long and linear. It's a different type of living. It happens in other communities. It just really has not happened here because we really didn't give them the tools to do it very much.
We have one in Iowa, a good example in Iowa at all?
Do you know of any offhand?
I know Dubuque is doing a couple of them in their new developments, and they had some traditional formats in that narrower width. Sure. Usually it was the bigger cities that are more urban in form that have those narrower lots and the smaller lot sizes.
Sure. All right, thank you.
Like, I mean, we do have some row houses that are in the city of West Des Moines. I'm picturing kind of that, but maybe skinnier. I've got friends that live in Chicago in very expensive homes, but, you know, they're row houses, like you said, they're, you know, maybe the lots are very narrow, but the house goes way back, and then they've got 3 stories, 4 stories, you know?
Yeah, and a lot of times those houses will be the full length of a lot. It is literally, they'll create little courtyards by the way their house is designed, but
my
there's
buddy's
really not a lot of extra space to it. The small lot to us will also be an alley-loaded product. So the only way you can fit kind of a driveway in there, and we've talked recently about, is there some kind of design factors we can do that says, all right, I'll let you come from the front, but the entry to your house has to be 3/4 of the width of that. I don't want to see the garage is really what we're trying to say. Oh, maybe I can do a tuck under garage, but I can still highlight my entry. That might be something we can look at. In general, we feel the small lot really requires you to be an alley accessed road.
I know you haven't reached out to builders yet, but is there a desire from developers and builders to have this alley style that you mentioned?
Some builders are okay with it. A lot of them don't because you're paying for a street in the front and you're paying for an alley in the back. So it really kind of starts becoming back to, as Russ mentioned, some of these homes can get to be very expensive homes. So it really is their target client and what that client wants to do, more so than it's city staff saying, okay, you have to do this or that. So this whole thing is built on the developer's still going to come in and tell us which place type they want to be. We're going to give them the standards and say, okay, this is what you got to work within. So the goal is to get them to start being more creative and start seeing some different things happen. We haven't by nature of we're a suburb, and that's really much more of an urban kind of model to it.
So when I think of, and I pulled it up here, you know, Bluestone Circle.
Yep.
And those red brick 3-story-ish. Is, now they are not detached.
So this, and he's talking, this is Ponderosa basically.
Yeah, that's Village of Ponderosa.
Yep.
But that is still a multifamily product because it is attached.
If it was detached, that's what you're getting at.
That's what we're getting at. Yep.
All right, so for your, are you asking for, are we answering questions now or at the end? Or
Nope,
what
I'd
is your
rather us do them now so that we're
Okay.
not at the end trying to recapture them.
So on your first item, or the first dash there, if I were to put that into like picture form, the question is, are you comfortable having this detached and allowing them to go far back as they want or not? Is it, I mean,
Yeah, the question is we want to regulate just by the lot width
okay.
and let the depth of them and the square footage of them be determined by the developers. Are we comfortable with only having that one piece to regulate the lot size?
Can I say something before we get into this, and it's this. So I feel like you were there, Matt. We went to the Greater Des Moines Home Builders, and we asked them to sit down with us and staff and provide ways that we could cut down on the cost of a home, provide more affordable housing for people in the city of West Des Moines, different ideas that they may have. And some people brought up some ideas at that point in time. Adam Grubb was very helpful, as a number of other people around the table were. But then after that, the conversation continued, and we had a conversation specifically with Hubble. You know, Rick Tollickson, and he had put together a whole list of these things that we're talking about tonight, essentially. And what I had asked at that time was, I mean, there were a big list of items, you know, let's have them run through staff, you know, let's say the items were 40 items, different items, like having ditches in front of your house instead of having storm sewers put out there. So, you know, like you see in rural Iowa, you kind of roll down into the ditch and there would be no infrastructure in the way of storm sewers there. What's acceptable to staff? Maybe of the 40, maybe 20 would be acceptable to staff, and then from the 20, then what's acceptable to us as a council? It's to try to figure out how to make these homes more affordable. But we got to balance how our community is and aesthetics and all these different things, our architectural standards, our design standards, what we want West Des Moines to be with, how do we make it affordable? What are we willing to sacrifice and make concessions on to reduce the price of building homes in West Des Moines? That's what we're going through right now, basically.
And maybe if I can just interject, but we know that not all builders will want to do these smaller lots or, you know, we need to provide all those options. We need to not preclude something from happening, especially if it's creative, especially if it's innovative. So we don't have a good idea how popular these will be, but we know the forces that are acting on it is, first of all, the cost of housing. The second of all is federal and state requirements. So we'll have to have us show our homework. How are we making housing more affordable?
I think it's a great idea. I mean, we're not telling them that they have to build a small house. We're not telling them that they have to build, you know, a huge house. So by letting them determine the lot size, I think makes total sense, especially with land prices and availability of land. Like you said, you know, when we start going south, I mean, you're getting, you know, the valleys and all that you can't build on, but then you got this little piece here that you can. So I think it makes sense.
I don't disagree, but you guys just need to know it's like tax policy. All these different standards that we're agreeing to or not agreeing to is going to determine what our city's going to look like. I mean, as an example, if we're allowing for the smaller lot sizes, for example, I mean, that's going to determine the price of that lot. And then, of course, there's a multiple of 5 that's going to determine the price of that house. So what do you want in this neighborhood, that neighborhood? And then we're not talking about different lot sizes within the same street, right? Or are we? I mean,
Well, I think that gets to the second, is that the second dash point?
Yeah,
Can you help us understand what you mean by that?
well, there's two pieces of this. So I have an existing single-family subdivision. They have 70-foot wide lots. I want to come in and I want to be a small lot subdivision next to it. There's a transition factor that we believe we still need to keep. And that has always been a first 150 feet, you need to match what your neighbor is. So that person who bought at the edge of that subdivision doesn't all of a sudden get something that they just were totally opposed to and don't think is going to happen. You can start doing those small lots once you move into your own subdivision and start doing this. So a lot of this is greenfield development. This is not really talking about coming in and trying to do infill development at this point. It's really that greenfield.
And that's the big difference. That's where you're getting a lot of the objection with the Wiederstein product in Valley Junction is that it's not a blank slate. You've already got an existing neighborhood there. You've got existing lot sizes, existing homes, existing product, existing look and feel. This is buyer beware. This is what this lot, now, do people do that when they make their purchase? Probably not, but they should have known.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I like about this, and that's what I like about, and maybe I'm wrong, when we determined on the comp plan that we could have a situation where you have a single-family home, and then next to it a duplex.
Yeah, that's the next meeting.
But you know what I mean? I mean, as long as the buyer is aware of this.
Right. Yes.
Hey.
I think the second bullet point makes I think it's imperative that we do that, because again, I'm thinking about, and I can't think of the subdivision up there on 60th Street, Russ, where it was they had the brick barn up there. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And the neighbors were complaining.
Pemberley Hills.
Pemberley Hills, yeah, that's it.
All right. So the neighbors were complaining because I thought it was going to be green space. Okay, obviously it's never going to stay that way. But I think it makes total sense to say that I've got a house right here that's been there for eons, when it's always been X size lot, this thing. So to then come in and have half that size or a third of that size lot on a small lot doesn't make sense. But if you transition it out, and like you said, as they then get deeper into their own, if you will, interior subdivision, knock yourself out, because your buyers knew that is going to be smaller houses behind them or whatever. But I think when you're building next to existing, yes, it needs to stay that same standard size and then transition out.
Question is, how big is it? Question is, how long is the transition?
150 feet.
150?
Yeah, so 150 comes from today, what we have in code is if I'm a single-family development and multifamily is going to next to me, we say that first 150 feet, we're going to control how big your building's going to be, how many units can be, how long it's going to be as a way to transition.
And I
So we're
remember I
going to
tried
keep
to get that.
applying that 150 rule
I tried to get that bigger, and that caused a problem.
Yeah, and that makes sense because again, my new neighbor is gonna have the same size lot and everything that I've got.
Yeah.
Matt's, it's gonna be a smaller lot, but he bought that house knowing it's gonna be smaller on
The
down.
problem that we're always going to have is going to be that, even with the 150 feet, the issue that we're going to have is that, just picking on people, Matt lives in a $750,000 house, and now Kevin, or let's say Doug down there, that far down, Doug is building he's got a smaller lot. And he's only paying, whatever, $60,000 for the lot. He's going to have $300,000 in the house, 360 versus his 750. And then he's saying, this is bringing down the value of my home and my neighborhood.
Yeah,
And-
which we've never found any supporting documentation for.
Right.
Yes, everybody's gonna say it. People are gonna complain about what my neighbor can do, and I don't like it. But again, we have to look, again, across the city, what's in our best
Right.
interest to open up the house.
I mean, the best example of this is when we moved that house, Kevin, if you remember, on 50th Street and Westwood, what was that? And then we were allowing a house to be put back, and the neighbors all up and down there were up in arms about it. And now there's a house there. It looks great. It looks great. It's not as big, but it
So,
looks great.
kind of jumping back to Matt had asked, can I have different lot sizes along my frontage? Sure, because you know what happens today, even if I plat them all as 70 footers, and we're seeing this, unfortunately more in the estate lots anyway, but I may have all my lots at 70 feet. We've got people buying 2 lots and putting a bigger house.
That's what.
So to have that flexibility, but again, we're gonna say the first 150, you really should be matching what your neighbor is and respecting what that neighbor is.
So when we say regulating by lot width, we're not going to regulate the lot width to the point where they couldn't be greater than, I mean, you can still combine if you wanted to, or you could be incredibly, I guess, narrow if you wanted to.
Yep.
Fair?
Yep.
So this is, I like to analogize it to, like, I want to see a menu. Some people like to shop at Costco because there's just one type of ketchup. Other people love to go to Hy-Vee because there's 5 types of ketchup. We're going to have 5 types of ketchup out there. You get to pick what works for you.
Yeah, so this is a lot like Sherman Hills and things, where you have a variety of home sizes, you have a variety of lots. Some people, yes, it may be a little jarring at first, but pretty soon you're kind of like going, okay, I like the variety. I like the fact that some of them are shifting and pulling and doing things. So it does put that, it's back to the developer, understanding what their market is, what they're gonna try to hit. And you can plat them as different widths, and you're gonna, basically, they're gonna tell us, you're gonna fit in this window
Now,
idea.
what we have to account for too, because this is gonna happen, actually, I tried to do this once and was told no by the neighbors. Somebody might come in and there is no minimum lot width, and, this developer decides to come in and do, 50-foot lots, or let's say 60-foot lots. Somebody comes in and they say, hey, I wanna build a house here, I wanna buy the one lot, I wanna subdivide it into 2 city. So I wanna have 2 30-foot wide lots, I'm gonna sell this lot, and I'm gonna build my house on this lot. If we do this, we can't say no to that.
You're starting to get back a little bit into kind of more of an infill idea, where you kind of already have these lots being established, rather than it coming right out of the chute and doing that.
Well, I looked at buying a lot, it was 5 acres, okay? I looked at doing this in Glen Oaks once, and outside of Glen Oaks, where I couldn't afford to buy that lot and build my house. But the lot was big. I mean, it was bigger than I needed. So I had a proposal that I'll subdivide it. And people just lost their minds. No, oh my God, no, we can't have that. These are 5-acre lots. You gotta have 5 acres. I'm like, well, the lots across the street are 1 acre. I still have 2.5. No, oh God, no. But that's, I mean, this will open it up to, we can't say no to that. I mean, if somebody wants to buy a lot, some developer says, here's what I'm gonna do, here's the product I'm putting in, and I'm gonna do 60-foot lots. Somebody wants to come in, they wanna do a small home, they're like, look, I don't need more than like 1,000 square feet. I wanna buy your 60-foot lot, I'm gonna subdivide it. We can't say no.
By this code, you would, because we're gonna say the smallest they could go in that traditional lot
Okay,
is 42 feet.
okay, we are gonna have a minimum lot size.
Yeah, there's a minimum, I mean, so that the small lot is 28 to 42. The traditional is 42 to 100,
But how does this not meet, this is 30, and you said small lot's 28, this is 30 and 30.
because if you have a 60-foot wide lot to start with,
Yeah.
you're in the traditional lot zoning district. That traditional lot zoning district dictates that minimum lot size, which is over 42 feet.
Okay.
So you've done your subdivision, so you're kind of like almost talking about, we got raw ground, and then I already have a subdivided, subdivision. And I want to take that one lot in my subdivision and make it smaller or larger.
Or what if you go down to 17th Street in West Des Moines, north of Ashworth, and one of the homes burns down? And I don't know, what, they got 100 foot there, I don't know, it's a good size.
Yeah, big lots.
And they say, you know what, I want to break this down into 3 33-foot lots?
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
by code
is that,
today,
would
you
that?
could do that.
You could do that today?
By code, you can, whatever that zoning district is, so today's zoning district, it probably says it's I don't know, an RS10. RS10 has a 70-foot wide lot. We said, yeah, you can subdivide it, but you got to give me at least 70-foot wide lots in that note. So that's locked down a little bit more today
So in the
than what
event
we're
that it's a
proposing.
210-foot wide lot, you can do the 3.
Yeah.
So I got a question though, backing up to the second item on here. Rather than saying that if they have to build, if they're building adjacent to, it has to be the same lot width. We don't know exactly what the existing lot widths are, right? Because like where I live, I think it's an 80-foot width. Okay, but in other areas, it might be 75 foot, it might be 60
But
foot.
they're platted, so we
Right.
do know what they are. They're platted.
But not knowing, because this is a global decision, to come up with 150 feet of the existing subdivision, correct? It has to match the same lot width.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're gonna be able to divide those out and come up with 150 is what I'm getting at. So
You may not.
would we do better to say, like the first 3 lots of that new subdivision have to match the same lot width as your neighbor, and then they can transition out? That way, you're not coming up with 150 and, oh, it's 2 houses or,
But to us, if it's
I
2 and a
like that,
half,
Kevin.
you're gonna have to do 3. So I mean, you're gonna split that, because what you're saying now is if you're gonna say, I gotta do the first 3 lots at that same width, I could be 300 feet, I could be 500 feet, I could be 600 feet into that new subdivision. So if part of our goal is to open it up and let people have more variety and more opportunity to have houses, available lots and different size houses, if we keep locking it down that tight, we're not gonna ever see that change. What we've got today is what we're gonna continue to get.
But
And
the
that-
biggest problem that we're gonna have, politically and otherwise, are our existing.
Well,
Yes.
Yes,
I'm
and
an
again,
existing taxpayer, gosh darn it. I live here, I bought this lot, my wife and I built this house, years ago, and now you're telling me.
now you've changed it.
150 feet, that's, okay. I mean, that's what we've got to try to figure out what's
again,
reasonable,
so again, we're looking at this a lot from Greenfield. So we can put right in code, anything platted prior to X
Yeah,
date has to match their neighbors for lot sizes. There's some ways to take the existing, like I said, this is really much more geared at Greenfield.
But it's
The idea is
Greenfield,
come
but,
back to infill and try to figure out, how do we piece this into infill?
I mean, but if it's Greenfield, it's a cornfield out there and there's no other homes around it, then no, it's not a big deal, right? The issue becomes if there's.
Pemberley, I mean, that,
Right.
Yeah.
Or even less than Pemberley, like a development that just got developed 2 years ago. And brand new homes 2 years ago, and now there's a cornfield next to it.
Right.
2 years ago, we built this, now you're telling me 150 feet? I mean, these are 100-foot wide lots, and so starting right there, basically 2 houses down from me.
Yeah, if you want it more than 150, we can certainly do that. The 150, like I said, is a number we already have in code for
Yeah.
transitioning from medium density to single.
And 150 is not
But-
much, that's why I tried to get that to change that
that's
one time.
why I'm thinking 3 lots.
We can go whichever way you want to go. Our goal here is to be able to allow that transition and allow somebody to start doing something a little bit different if they so desire.
It's what you said,
No.
based on Kevin's, could we do 150 feet or 3 lots, whichever is more?
We can.
We could, but then getting to your point, then it's, if they're 350-foot lots that are right there, then it,
But if it's across the street, or, I mean, I picture if you're on the west side of 60th Street or the east side of 60th Street, there's sufficient, basis there where it feels distinct.
It's divided.
Now, if you're on South 83rd Street, where I used to live, I mean, it's across the street, it ain't a difference, it's literally your neighbor. So I don't know if there's a way to kind of
And I don't-
naturally distinguish
Right,
between
and I
developments.
think you want to, if we're going to do this lot width, you would want to stay, it's on the same side of the street. It's not, I'm
Yes,
jumping
I
over here
think
on that
so.
street, and I'm jumping over that street. It's what is going to be absolutely
My
sharing a
neighbor.
lot line with me.
Yeah.
150 or 3 lots or whichever is greater. We're open to kind of whatever you want. That's why we're here before we ever go out to the development community, because we understand.
I
where
like
your
150 or 3
comfort level.
lots, whichever is greater.
Yeah.
I really do. Because Kevin, in your example of your house, you've got 80-foot wide lots, so 80,
Two lots, and
There,
now you got
new product.
tiny houses. Yeah, I just,
Well, you actually have 3, because if, what we're saying, if you're, well, I guess you're right,
160.
80 and 80, you're 160, you're right.
Yeah.
good. So in your
So if
case,
I
in
had
this case, it'd be
270s,
it'd be
it'd be 3
240,
lots.
right? I like that.
Okay, so we're gonna say a transition of 150
150
feet or 3 lots of
3
equal
lots,
size.
whichever is greater.
And this is assuming they're on the same street. What's the situation
it
for,
has to be the same street, same
Same
side.
side of the street.
what if it's,
So if my neighbor, if across the street from me, if it's just green space, they can build whatever. It's what's gonna be next to my house, 150 or 3 lots
So
south of me
Right.
on my same side of the street.
it does take a comfort level of the council to say even across the street. So when
I was
that
thinking
subdivision
backyard as
comes in
well, on the
across
other side of your
street,
backyard too.
Or, yeah,
Well, and I'm trying to think of the person that's gonna come in. It's easy talking about this. It's hard when someone's standing there going, we put everything we had, this is our biggest investment in our lives. And now you guys are gonna come here and tell me that right there, they're gonna
See,
put.
with,
We want people to be able to afford lots and homes, but we gotta protect people's greatest investment at the same time.
yeah, and I guess I don't see the big deal with if it's a backyard, and I'm thinking of my own place. I've got, and I don't even know what kind of bushes they are, that there's a fence back there, but I've got bushes that, I don't know, those things probably grow 10 feet tall or more. I can't even see my neighbor's backyard, or my neighbor behind me, okay? So I guess I don't see that being a big deal, because you could put up bushes or something else if you felt that you were, being slighted because now there's a small, if you will, a small house behind you. But to me, it's, if you're driving down the street and I pull in to my driveway, I shouldn't have that tiny house next to me.
Keep in mind, though, Kevin, one of the things that I guess, if I'm understanding this, is you could do more of that Rose-style home. You could go maybe, I don't know how many stories, you go 3 stories up, and they could come much closer to your back lot line than the existing home that's behind your house today, assuming it's a traditional residential lot.
Because the setbacks are gonna be.
Because it could come all the way up to, I think, maybe 5 feet, right?
Don't know yet, right?
Yeah.
that is
We
what,
haven't got to that page yet.
That's what's being
that is what we
discussed.
talked about at DNP, but that
Yeah.
is a discussion.
So as I think about it, it's not your traditional, single-family home. It's more of you think of the 3-story tall, maybe a rooftop patio, super deep, that could now, your 10-foot bush or, trees or whatever,
They're there, but they're right there,
they're right there.
right up against your bush.
And,
And then the bush dies.
But again, if
If
you,
any more Timmy comfort, we've had that 150 foot for that transition
Right.
between single family and
Yes.
multifamily for 15 years, and it's
Right.
worked well.
Within the 150 feet, you can't go more than 2 stories is what we have, right?
Right, it's the building length, it's the height,
Yes.
it's,
and I think that needs to continue with
Yeah.
this. A 3-story, I think, is.
we're not gonna be able to anticipate everything, but we do know when you're lot line to lot line, that's the biggest concern.
But let me ask you this, okay? This computer screen is one street, or one, yeah, I guess, one block. This is a through street here. Here's another block. If I live right there on the corner and my neighbors all are on this street, this is cornfield. Is this from here to here gonna be considered part of the 150?
That's the way it is today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be measured from that single family, 150.
So
And
if
if
that street
that
is
crosses a
26
street,
That street's 26 feet wide, and there's gonna be probably, here, there's going to be, who knows what kind of right-of-way, and here, there's gonna be a right-of-way, so we're gonna count this right-of-way, this right-of-way, and this right-of-way. And that could be, 50 feet, and then it's 100 from
yeah.
there.
I mean, we can write this such that
Yeah.
whatever, the first 150 feet of your subdivision that touches another subdivision has to match it. That could be lot depth, that could be lot width. So we can write in, and I'm sorry, I don't have an illustration of it, we can bring it next time, of kind of showing where this 150 would apply in different situations. It's making sure you're comfortable with that whole idea that we can transition. If we're going to use streets as no, I don't care what happens on the other side of the street, is that a local street? Is that street width then start playing in? It's a lot different to be what's on the other side of Mill Civic Parkway than what's to be on the other side of Waterford Drive. So there is also a way to say, okay, at these road classifications, because my right-of-way width is already giving me more of that 150, which is why that 150 is measured from the edge of the single-family lot. If you have a wider road, your full 150 may very well be in your right-of-way. In which case, I'm already far enough away. Why do I have to give you another 150?
Right.
So let me, for the next meeting, we'll pull up an illustration to kind of show how this 150 applies.
Okay.
And what are the rules we can put into that 150.
Well, in Kevin's backyard situation is one thing, but if it's like, here's, I live on this side of the street and this side of the street is blank. I don't know that I'd want a different product on the other side of the street from me. You know what I
Well,
mean? Like up and down.
That happens all the time. I mean, right now, that happens all the time. There's a different product,
In a
different lot
residential
size, different,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
think
just
we've
trying to
got a good
anticipate.
handle on this now, on what
Yeah.
your concerns are. I think it'll help in next council meeting if we bring back illustrations, because it's real easy to point and talk.
Okay.
But again, the buyer beware situation is a lot different than somebody sitting there already.
Right.
Yeah. Part of that is an education, though, getting people to understand to ask for what the plat map looks like. Look at the full subdivision map. Don't just look at the lot that your realtor showed you. Ask the questions of what can be next to me. That's an
And
education
those
thing.
are all the issues that we come into,
Yeah.
is when my real estate agent said,
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a cornfield. You
Right.
never have to
No
worry
one's
about
gonna
it.
Real estate agent told me that train track was abandoned.
right.
There's no road gonna go there. So yes, we always deal with them.
Oh, it happens. It happens a lot.
Let's move on. We'll bring you back an illustration of how
All
we
right,
can
move on,
make this
move on.
work. So coming back into this whole idea, so the next thing we're gonna start stepping into is, of these lots, what is that setbacks that we feel we need? So today I range anywhere from a 20-foot in Commerce to up to a 50-foot in my estate lots. Most of my setbacks, front setbacks, are either a 30 or a 35. That is the typical West Des Moines house.
So when you're talking Commerce and VJ, you're talking the old town of Commerce and Valley Junction, or what are those Commerce and VJ?
That's our zoning districts. So single-family Commerce, which covers all of Commerce, and single-family VJ, which as you know,
Okay.
covers a lot of that, that's what the regulations would say you have to be. Now, there's a lot of RS5, there's a lot of R1 that have crept into some of those, especially VJ area or the older part of town. So
VJ
not everything is SFVJ.
VJ has a 50-foot front yard?
A 50-foot lot width.
Oh, lot width.
So front yard
Well,
setback.
you're talking front and rear yard setbacks. That's where I'm like, what?
No,
But,
so-
okay, I'm not looking over here. I'm looking at you. I'm like, there's not 50 feet in VJ.
Yeah, no. So we have a
Lots
variety.
of 50 feet.
Point
Okay.
here is we have a variety of front setbacks already today, okay? The primary structure is one setback. Accessory structures are another setback. We don't allow accessory structures in the front yard, so we're gonna set that aside for right now. With our proposed code, though, we really have these three zoning districts, the small lot, traditional, and estate. What we'd like to do is basically pull all those houses up closer to the street. So the small lot would be as close as an 8-foot setback.
Ooh.
Now, again, remember, these are alley loaded at this point, so all you have is that. The traditional lots could be as close as the 15-foot setback. And estate lots cutting the 50 in half, and we're saying right now a 30-foot front yard setback. So, but let's go on to another slide because I wanted to show you what this kind of impacts does to us. Oops, got to transfer both of these here maybe. So this takes a look at a lot in De La Vita, Plat 1. We have this lot. It's 70 foot wide, 140 feet deep. It's 9,800 square feet. Okay? 30 foot front yard, 35 foot rear yard, 7 and 7 for side yards. When we take a look at this lot, so what's in yellow is my front yard. It's a 30 foot by 70. I got a 2,100 square foot area of my lot, right? That's 21% of your lot that you don't get to do anything in but landscape it and put your driveway across it. This lot sold to the builder for $92,000. If I take that 92 and take that 2,100 of it, I'm spending almost $20,000 on a front yard that I can't do anything with. My rear yard is 35 foot setback. Do the same math. I'm spending almost $23,000. Now the rear yard gets a little bit easier because I got accessory structures I can put in there, but my dwelling cannot be past that 35 today. This lot, 4,500 square feet of your lot, you kind of are very limited in what you can do. 2,100 of it, you really can't do anything with, but landscape it and make it look pretty. The backyard, I can put some accessory structures in there so I get some value out of it, but almost half of that price of that lot is in setbacks that are really not very usable to somebody. So this is kind of why we're saying, one, let's not dictate how square footage of these lots are. Let's dictate what the house wants to do and what that linear foot or that depth of that lot needs to be. And then let's go ahead and give them back their front yard to work with. Pull that house closer to the street. There's a lot of benefits. We'll look at that in a minute. Of pulling those houses back up towards the street and letting the houses engage with the street, giving people back. Now,
So they're all going to look like Village of Ponderosa.
a lot of them will be close like Village of Ponderosa.
And
The
so-
garage door always has to be that 25 feet back. They'll be
So if I abutted Pemberley Estates, 3 houses, if this moves forward, 3 houses south of me, for example, they're going to have 8 foot back from the street is going to be their front of their house.
This would not be that 150-foot transition, though. This is just saying that your front setback is these numbers. 8.
So even the
15, or 30.
150, even the new houses in that 150 foot could be 8 foot.
Yep.
I don't like it.
So you want to keep a transition even on setbacks.
I don't think, I think a short front yard is,
Let me jump up a
Crazy.
Let me
Well,
jump up ahead a few slides and get into the average that came up at DNP.
Can I ask, so before you do that, is it a requirement or an optionality?
Well, see, that's where I'm going too.
I'm just trying, are we requiring them to be at, I don't know, 8 feet or whatever it was there? Or is it you can go up to as close as 8 feet?
That was one of the questions on the slide. We
Oh,
can
I'm
do it
s-
as an option. We can do it as, it's a build to line, everybody goes to 8 foot. We can do it as a range, meaning I got a minimum of 8 and I got a maximum of 15 in the small lot. Or we just say, developer, do what you want. Some of them will push them back, some of them will pull them tight. It's on them to do.
so looking at your picture here, where you got building addition. So my house right now sits back probably at least 30 feet, 35 feet, I'm guessing. So you're saying that I could put an addition on the front of my house that then puts it 8 feet off the right of way?
So this is the question that we have here. So today in code, I have an average front yard setback. So your house, I'd take a look, you come into us and say, I want to put in a front yard addition on my front of my house. We're going to look at where you're at, and we're going to look at where your neighbor on each side of you is at. We're going to average what those front yard setbacks are. That's how close you can come. So that's what this yellow line is showing.
And that's today's
That
practice.
is today's code. So somebody comes into me today, this lot, this house here, they can build all the way up to this yellow line. This guy gets no benefit because he's already ahead of it. This guy has no benefit because he's already ahead of it.
I don't see your mouse on
Yeah,
that.
we're not seeing your pointer.
I don't know how I can do that over.
You might have to point to it.
I don't know that I can do it with a slideshow.
Oh, so, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, you get your building addition and then the guy to the
You're dictated by what
left
your
says you
neighbors
can't
are.
add on, the other guy can.
Yeah, you're dictated by where your neighbor's setbacks are. If we do the 15-foot setback in this case, everybody could come up to the red line if they so desired. Now, this is ignoring a plat restriction, which I don't want to get into because it's a legality that we just got to figure out.
Would the overall goal be, so let's say we have 5 streets that are like normal right now, but that the overhead that you had on like 3 slides ago. If you want to go back to that really quick, this one right here. So the overall goal, here we have 100% of the lot, but in essence, we could shrink that by 20%. So what would be 5 streets would now allow for 6 streets, which would now allow for an entirely new street filled with homes, thus lessening the average amount of land side, therefore increasing the number of homes available in a plot by 20%. Is that the ultimate goal that we're talking about?
This is kind of some of those benefits for having smaller setbacks. You're absolutely right. My blocks are shorter, I can generally get more houses in it, my costs are spread out on infrastructure. It's spread out across more lots, it becomes more feasible to do, it becomes more available for.
What's a snout house?
Snout house is when your garage sits way out in front.
Okay.
And you barely can find the front door from it.
Oh, yeah.
So because with this setback, if we say the house can be at 15, the garage still needs to be at 25. I got to be able to park that car in the driveway and stay back from the sidewalk. So we always have said garages have to stay back at 25. So it naturally starts getting rid of snout houses.
Here's the weird thing for me. When I first got on the council, I mean, this game was always, the developer wanted to make as small a lots as possible to get as many many homes as possible in there and make as much money as possible. And I remember back in the day, Kevin, you might remember this, Omar and I were adamantly opposed to the, what was it, like 50-foot wide lots that they were looking at doing out in Michael's Landing, Talon's Reach, Woodland Hills, whatever the hell it is. But now the game has changed a little bit in that, yes, the developer wants to do that to be able to make as much money as humanly possible. But we want to try to do that as well, to be able to have smaller lots, to have more affordable housing.
We want to give them.
The hope ends up being affordable housing.
It's the option.
We hope.
It's not-
Know
We
that.
don't know that.
Interesting fact about Michael's Landing, we also had that range. You could go no farther away than 35 foot, no closer than 25 foot for your front yard. I can guarantee you every single house was built at the 35 foot setback, because that was the traditional way you did homes. And that's what the builders that were building in there did. They didn't want to change.
What was the rhyme or reason for that?
Well, again, it's the reasons that bring people closer to the street. You have better interconnection with your neighbors. It's traffic calming. If, houses are far away, people have a tendency to speed. So there's a lot of benefits. They're kind of,
And this was literally in the description of Kings Valley. When we did Kings Valley on the other side of 60th Street, that was a lot in the description, more neighborly interactions, bring people
Walkable,
closer,
yeah.
more walkable. And
But we don't know that actually happens.
no,
well, it's harder to quantify, but we can tell you from past experience with developments that have taken advantage of that, those are some of those tangible things that people report.
but I used to make fun of, if you're in that neighborhood, I used to tell people you could almost open your front door, run down the foyer and jump off your front porch and clear the sidewalk. But you know what, now that is, it's a beautiful neighborhood and it's a product that some people want. It may not be a product that everybody wants. Some people may make fun of that smaller front yard and whatever. Or hey, let's go throw the baseball.
Yeah.
Let's see if the neighbor lets us stand in his yard so we can throw the thing.
And again, we don't, our opportunity is to make those as options.
Yeah.
Whether or not the developers take us up on it
Right.
is really on the developer. They know their client, they know their product, they are still going to do what they feel is
Right,
the best thing for them.
No.
If anything, we're pulling back and loosening.
right.
Right, we're giving you more
The
opportunity.
smaller the lot
to come in and
size,
do
the
these
more
things.
opportunity for an affordable house for somebody.
And it's hard to say people don't want this when today we really don't allow it. We don't have an idea whether or not they really want this.
So that's what I was going to ask, because I hear that and I generally agree. And then I look at the picture at the top and I'm like, that kind of looks like what we already have in West Des Moines, Ponderosa. So like, we
They do
can't have
want
it, but we do
because
have it.
They're living out there.
So that's what I'm wondering is we actually do have some of this.
We have very little of it, and it takes a lot of work to get them done, because you really have to basically put a PUD in and make arguments for it, and it's a much longer process. This is kind of trying to allow things by right. You come in and just tell us what you want to do, here's your standards, plat it, go, move. So, trying to speed up and streamline processes, you have to have some of this options in there, otherwise you're always backed into a corner trying to figure out,
So
how do I make these things work? I don't disagree with what you want to do, but I don't have a way to get you there.
I don't like the short front yards. And I was just out in Ankeny Sunday, and even my 19-year-old son went down there by the district. They've got those houses that
Yep.
sit 2 foot off the sidewalk. He's like, that looks stupid. And I'm like, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's definitely not for
So-
everybody, but we do have a lot of people also that are moving from urban areas. This is very common to them. This is not shocking to them.
Well, and
So-
one of my biggest concerns right now for us as a city is, we've got a really cool city. We've got a lot of unbelievable amenities and fun things for people to do. People want to live here. But what happens in what I'm seeing happen is you get a young person that wants to live here. They move here as a single individual. They buy an apartment or they rent an apartment that is still somewhat difficult to pay the rent for, but they rent the apartment. They take advantage of all the amenities, all the parks and recreational opportunities we have, and all the incredible, entertainment opportunities we have with our businesses, and they just love it. And then they meet that person, they want to settle down, they want to buy a single-family home, and they can't afford it. And so they go to Grimes, they go to Waukee, they go to Van Meter, Adel. And so we are going to lose in the future all these, our kids and our grandkids that were raised here that want to, live here and work here. We're going to lose those people. It's like when we were training snowplow drivers and sending them to Urbandale. We're going to bring in these young kids that are future leaders and everything else, and they're going to live here for a while in an apartment. Their story is going to be, I used to live in West Des Moines, and before I moved out to Grimes. I don't want that. I want to keep these people here. So I like this from that standpoint, because this is what it's going to allow that. We can't guarantee it though, Kevin, you're right.
Exactly. I mean, to me, it just allows developers to put more houses on less land and make more money.
More money.
I don't see them
100%.
making these
100%.
attainable housing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the starter home opportunity to start shrinking down the lots and letting people have
Yeah.
different size houses. Can't guarantee it that developers will do it. Yes, a lot of them will probably just pocket the profit versus spreading it out and lowering the cost. That's
But
kind
not
of
if
the
we
market
do a
part that I
residential
can't control.
TIF. Not if we do a residential pay-as-you-go TIF with some of these folks.
Well, and,
Then we
I
can't-
briefly touched on it, is
No, no. So we can control that. It's,
We just don't get the new construction valuation off of it.
and the LMI, you don't have to put as much LMI, or maybe there's not, but it's totally gone. Okay. But we can take those proceeds and say that we'll do this with you, but we need to have this many $250,000 homes or whatever. We could do that. We don't have to do that because it's not in code, state code, but we could do that.
Just kind of going back to what I said before, we know that there's a couple forces acting. One is the cost of housing. Two is the federal and state government will not give us a choice. So we've got to demonstrate a good faith effort in doing this. Again, we're not forcing anybody to do it, we're just giving them options.
I don't understand why federal and state government won't allow us to do this.
Affordable housing. The Federal Housing Act is asking local communities to start making these changes.
But they're not dictating this to us.
They're not dictating this, but we have to demonstrate that we're making that good faith effort.
Who else what?
We, as a community, have to demonstrate we're making that good faith effort. Otherwise, it may come to, no, by right, you have to allow multifamily and
So
single
somebody in
family.
DC is going to show up here and say, okay, now you've got to do it because you didn't demonstrate. I'm feeling like we're using generalities here.
The perfect example is ADUs. We were moving forward with something that was more appropriate for West Des Moines. The federal government, the AARP, and then the state government pushed the requirement to allow every single family property to have an ADU.
So you could build another house in your backyard and have somebody live in it.
Yep.
Yes.
But that was done by the state.
That was done by
The legislature did that.
That was done by the state, yeah.
And again, understand, you've got like the federal government saying, hey, we got to do all these things to make things affordable and attainable, then the state latches on and they push things. So unfortunately, as soon as the thoughts are put out there, they may not be coming down and exactly saying, okay, by tomorrow you have to
So
do it,
that's where
kind
I'm
of like
getting
I
hung up,
stepped
is like, we're using the words we have to do.
No, we
Nobody's
have to.
dictated anything to us at this point.
No, but we are trying to get ahead of that, because part of this is if we can't show that we are trying to do anything, that's when the mandates will come down.
Yeah, but
If we can
If we do
demonstrate,
this and nobody else does it, that doesn't mean we're out of jail for this, right?
no, it doesn't mean we're out of
Well,
jail
I'm in
from it,
favor of
but,
it, I'm just getting confused by
yeah.
it.
Well,
you're gonna have a-
saying that we
Use it very
can,
precisely.
that, hey, you have these opportunities, you do not need to dictate to us how we go about this. These opportunities that are there, we've thought them out and we're doing them how we feel is appropriate for West Des Moines, which is what we wanted to do with ADUs, but nope, you can't. You just gotta allow it. You can't dictate the design, you can't dictate the materials, you gotta allow them.
And the fact that I mean, it also works the other way though, too. I mean, the fact, and I know, obviously, I think we met for an hour and a half, 2 hours before that legislative session. The fact that we were actually going down the path had no bearing upon whether or not the state, we were trying to show a good faith effort, they didn't care.
Yeah.
And I think that can be true here. Even if we're trying to show a good faith effort, the reality is they may not care.
They may
And we may have a totally different state administration. We may have a totally different federal administration. Who knows what's going to happen, November
We
2028.
need to do what's
whatever.
best and smartest for our community regardless of what the state and the
Yes.
feds are going to do. But I seriously have that worry, that we are going to get the younger people that aren't going to be able to afford to live here, and that's going to be our kids and grandkids
Yes.
or other people's kids and grandkids. And, I think I told you, I work with some young people that I asked a number of them just in an open forum. I said, well, what's an affordable house to you? Is it 300, 350? What? Oh, God, no, no, like 250. So how do you get a $250,000 house in West Des Moines? Well, you got lot size, you got house size, and you got materials,
Valley Junction.
as well as regulations. I mean, that's what we're
Russ,
getting at.
Let me just ask you, or maybe Lynn or Linda, I mean, if this were to move forward, and you see exactly what you got there on the top right, assuming that's consistent with what you're proposing, do you anticipate $250,000 homes being able to be built and sold to meet what Russ is, I mean, we're doing this in the name of affordability, and then we're going to have this product here on the top right being sold for $425. I mean, do we have any sense of the reality of what could be built for $250,000 new? I totally get what's being sold in Valley Junction at those prices, but can that happen in a new development where we're putting in?
You need a $50,000 lot
Okay.
that you would build basically a $200,000 house on.
Well, what about, okay, so I go back to what,
Not easy.
do you remember this document, Russ? I know not everybody can see it. It was a gentleman,
Yes,
God, I can't think,
yes.
what was his name?
Yeah, Ted Grobe.
Ted Grobe. He gave us a document that shows the sanitary capital fees, the water connection fees, water tap fees, parkland improvement, stormwater management, detention basin. I don't even know what a 2 CBU is. A sidewalk, soil study, buffer landscaping, city inspection fees, rezoning fees, traffic study, erosion construction site fees, and streetlights, all added up to West Des Moines fees. I don't know what totals out, cost per acre, $60,000 in fees. In addition to the price for the ground. So you buy the ground at, I don't know, would you say it was for that 9,500 square foot lot at 100 grand?
Yeah, 92,000 to the builder.
That's
That's
all
not what the
part of this
builder's
too.
selling it back to the homeowner too, but
Yeah.
92 for him.
I mean, so I wonder, like, we talk about, and we should strive towards more affordable housing, but let's be also honest, like, are we really going to get a $250,000?
Well, I will just step in. Everything we know about housing history, everything we know is trickle up. It's trickle down, it's trickle up. What do? We get out of college, we buy a 4-plex townhome, then we do a 2-plex townhome, then we get a small home. And so it just comes down to supply. Supply, 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 supply. The more supply we have, even if it's $350,000, that means somebody's going to sell their house for $300,000 and move up. And that house is going to open. And then that house is going to open. It's going to keep on trickling down. It's everything we know about housing history in the United States of America. It tells us that the biggest thing a city can do is supply, 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 supply. Lynn, how's that sound?
Sounds absolutely correct. And that's,
So let's just build more. Whatever it is. Let's build more 4-plexes, let's build more 2-plexes. As long as people are owning it, you know how I feel, great, because that's what people want to do. They want to buy a $230,000 townhome, then move up to $280,000 home, great. And then they could buy one of these, which may be $375,000, I don't know. That is the American dream. For all of the reasons that I've said a billion times up here. Supply, supply, supply. Let's go.
yeah, and the city has never dictated what that house can be, what that price point's gonna be, and I don't think we want to get into that market.
No, we don't.
Again, we want to try to open it up, so it's the guy who does want to do a starter home can come in and make them smaller and make them affordable and get people into them has that opportunity to do it. Today, it doesn't work. Yes, there's infrastructure costs that we probably need to look at and try to figure out, is there anything we can do? A lot of those costs that Ted Grove pointed out are federal or state. They're things that we just have to do. But what are the things in our control that we can do to start opening up either more density per acre so the cost spreads across and starts dropping that cost? What we don't know, they always are going to want their profit. The more profit they can make, they're a for-profit business. That's their goal.
Which is why I always say, it's our job to make the best city we can. It's their job to make as much money as they can. Where those two meet is where we need to be.
And to point out, Ted Grove built the houses out in High Street and Commerce, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Which he did not have the infrastructure he had to put in because it was already there.
Right.
And I guarantee you, not one of those houses probably sold for less than $300,000. So
Don't know.
it's, I mean, they're not gonna build something because cheaper because they can. They're gonna try to make more money
Yeah.
off
And
their
part of
lots.
that-
So we,
part of
again,
that
we can
will come-
strive to get the more
But that's when.
affordable or attainable houses, but I don't think it's, the reality is, I don't think
That's
it's
when we
gonna
bring those
happen.
Grimes
So-
people up here. Like, we
I
need
think-
a campaign as a city. Do you hate 141 and all those stoplights and Grimes? Do you hate Hickman? Do you hate Minnesota? Ankeny? Like, then come move closer, and that opens up homes here.
The bad part is we've had developers tell me, I can build that more expensive $750,000 home, sit on it, and I still make more money than if I go in and build 2 or 3 smaller houses. That's the problem. And that's not a reality that we necessarily can control. Unless we want to come back and start saying, that TIF rebate, only if you're going to build houses that are going to be in this
That's what I'm
price
saying.
range,
We're gonna have to
then we will help
incentivize
you
it. We're gonna have to
participate.
do that.
We have to take a little more control out of what
Yeah,
we're
we do.
allowing people to do with the money that we're willing to help push back. That's a financial
This
thing.
whole
That's outside of
conversation
mine.
is very depressing.
Welcome to our.
It is extremely depressing.
Welcome to our world.
Because it's like,
Yeah.
It's not easy.
no, I mean, it's not easy, but if we deal in the world of reality, West Des Moines will never build affordable, attainable houses. That's the reality.
We have to incentivize them, is what we have to do.
every
We've
lot.
got to do this. We've got to move the size of the lots. We got to allow for smaller lots, for smaller houses. We've got to, look at every regulation that we can and try to eliminate those that are burdensome and something that we don't need, that we can control. And then we also need to provide some sort of an incentive to get it down to 250, 300, to get to that affordable housing. And it's imperative that we do it, because if we don't, I'm telling you, that stupid study that illegitimate website business put out,
Russ, tell us how you really feel.
that West Des Moines was the #1 city that people were fleeing from in the country. All they did was they looked at like Realtor.com, people with an IP address in the city looking for things outside the city versus how many people were outside the city looking at things inside the city, and said, we're the #1 that people are moving out of. No, we're not. No one's going anywhere. They're looking for homes. They're looking for affordable homes. And people that are living in West Des Moines are looking outside of West Des Moines for affordable homes. That's what it is. This tells us what the problem is. We need to have more affordable homes.
He's already looking at homes.
I know.
He's part of the problem. He's
I know.
searching them up right now.
He's done it 100 times. But you know what I'm saying? That's what's happening. You're getting people in apartments, you're getting people in townhomes that are ready for the single-family home, and they're sitting there, Realtor.com, and they're looking in Waukee, and they're looking in Grimes and Van Meter, because they can't find that here, which is why we need to do this.
Yeah. We'll echo, how many times have you talked to somebody who says, I'd love to live in West Des Moines, I just can't afford it. I
Right.
don't want to leave West Des Moines, it has everything, but I can't afford it. So we're trying to find ways, how do we start helping the affordability? So back to our price point and our reducing setbacks. This is what happens if we start reducing that front yard setback. We take it down to a 15-foot, now I'm spending $10,000 of my lot on area I can't use versus $21,000. If we take that rear yard back down to a 7, I'm at 46. I've taken from $42,000 that I have to spend on a lot that I really can't do anything with, and I've dropped it down to $14,000. Makes it much more affordable, because there's nothing that says I need a 35-foot rear yard. That's gonna be one of our questions. What's that magic number? I keep telling these guys, I have a 20-foot deep backyard. It's probably fine. It's all deck and patio, but it works just fine for me. I don't need a bunch of green space behind me. I got parks right down the street. So, you know, you pick and choose what you want and what you're willing to do with that. So the people that want the starter home, there's a good chance that if there's a smaller lot available, the house is a little bit smaller, it's in something they can afford and make work, they're gonna do this. When the developers start understanding that, you're gonna have developers that are gonna do this. They do it in other communities. We just have got a group of developers that kind of have always done what they've always done. We're never gonna get anybody else unless we give them some opportunities for the other guys to come in and start saying, no, you can do these things, this is how you do it, and start demonstrating these things to work.
So the only thing that I would say that gives me some pause is, you said we're looking at doing 28-foot,
28 to 42s.
28,
Small
42,
lot.
and then just regular.
42 to 100 foot would be a traditional
Okay.
lot.
I think this would be a lot better if we, the council, could control how much acreage we were going to allow to be each one of these things. I mean, because let's say we decide to do this thing, 28, 42, 100. You could have people come in and develop thousands of acres that are the 28s. And that's great if we're gonna get a lot of affordable housing, that's great.
A lot of supply.
A lot of supply. But to your point, Mr. Economics, when you're talking about the comp plan,
The pair mix.
right, the pair mix, the comp plan and how much each different, property type is paying in taxes, and whether or not we're having enough revenue coming into the city to provide the services that we need to provide, that might become an issue. If all of a sudden thousands of acres are 28-foot lots and they're $250,000 houses, that might become more of an issue. If we could control this and we could say, hey, on, this 40 acres, you can do the 28s, and on this,
Are you really wanting to throw the dart at the board and say who gets the 28, who gets the 42s, or the 70s, or the 100s? Again, that's the developer's world.
but I think everybody up here would be more
comfortable.
comfortable if we had more control over that.
Would that not be comp plan colors that we're talking about?
Because right now, we're saying all of this that we're talking about goes in the yellow on the comp plan or the orange on the comp plan.
Yeah, because this could be an orange too.
Yep.
So couldn't there be a little wiggle room in there? And so the things that we're describing could be the orange exclusively?
What do you want the yellow to be then?
Yellow, 50, orange, 28, like that kind of balance to happen.
Not with the way the comp plan is set up. I mean, you might as well just do what Russ is saying, pick out these zoning districts, you pick where they're gonna go, and then every time somebody comes in and says, I don't wanna do that, I wanna do this, we're gonna be back
But
to.
see, that's
the
why we
zoning
were
amendments.
looking at a pilot project with Hubble to do this, because to see how it worked.
Hubble is the one that when we asked, hey, why don't you put in some 50-foot wide lots? You know what their answer was?
What?
I can't fit a 3-car garage on a 50-foot wide lot. So they do smaller lots, but chances are they're not gonna do them here. Because that's not the client that they get. That's what people, they will tell you. Our clients don't want 50-foot wide lots. Our clients want a 3-car garage.
In West Des Moines or anywhere?
Well, this was Moffett, or this was the subdivision way at the south end there that we fought over the little bit of townhome they wanted in there. We point blank asked them, can we mix up these lots and get some smaller ones in here, get more of a variety of homes? That was the answer we were given.
Lynn, on the postage stamp lots that we talked about earlier, what is the width of those lots typically? Do you know?
They vary quite a bit because it's dictated by the building size. I would say the majority of them are over the 28-foot because they are typically at least a 2-car garage and entry.
Yeah.
So they're very comparable to the RS5 or the smaller of those single-family lots we currently have.
Yeah.
Because I'm just thinking 28-foot lot is awful narrow. I mean,
Yeah, again, yes, it is, and 28 is just trying to say, okay, when you start thinking of some shotgun houses and things, what's that dimension? Okay, now if I add my side yards to it, what's that lot size I need? So again, it's coming down to who is the architect, what are they designing? You can make them work. It's just different for us.
I wish we had this as something in our pocket, an option that we could do, and at the will of the council. We do. We could
It's
have it.
Ponderosa.
we're doing here.
But that's what I'm saying. I think that'd
We
be
have
more.
that option available.
But I think that'd be more successful if we could, I mean, there was one community that thought they were getting too many apartments. So they put a moratorium on apartments. Nobody could build any more apartments in that community. That's how they took control of that. I mean, if we had this in a back pocket that, hey, we've got these other alternatives for you to do, we allow for a 28 and a 42 foot lot, this upon approval from the council.
How long is it going to take me to get that approval? Oh, well, nope, that's too long, I can't go. I'm gonna go over
Exactly.
here. That's what you're going to run into. If we just say, we're going to do them on a case by case, and we'll zone you and you that's where you.
But if there's
start losing.
5,000 acres left in this city, which there's more than that, but let's just say 5,000 acres and everybody chooses the 28-foot lots, we have a lot of great affordable housing, but then again, back to the payer mix, do we have enough revenue to be able to provide the services that we need to
The
provide?
reality is our city is not going to build out in 5, 10, 15, 20 years, 25 years. We have the ability to see how many people are taking advantage of this, what needs to be tweaked. But we will not get those unique developers come in if it's something they have to do through PUD or by the council approval.
But what if we said we would allow up to 100 acres a year of the 28s and 100 acres a year of the, and we put a limit on those things and we saw how it went? You know what I mean?
The key will be by right. I have the ability to come in and build that lot right now, rather than going through a zoning process.
Well, so let me raise a similar issue we talked about very briefly in development and planning, and I'm looking at Brian Hemeseth back there. When it relates to our infrastructure,
right?
You size your sewer system and your water, and I'm no expert on it, based upon the number of people that are going to be living in a neighborhood. And if we allow, this, we're going to have, 1,000 acres, call it, zoned residential, and you may have a bunch of 28-foot lots, or you may have a bunch of 100-foot lots. And Brian, go out there, put in the infrastructure. He's going to say, well, how much is that going to be 28-foot? We're like,
I don't know.
10%.
Well, and that's what's happening now.
And then we size it for 10%, and we end up with a problem where we don't have sufficient capacity, or maybe we have too much capacity, or maybe we have little capacity. So, maybe that is a way we could try to allocate, because we're going to have to spend a tremendous amount of infrastructure dollars to serve these new neighborhoods. And we will have, the wind telling us kind of in our history.
That's why I like being able to hand them out, hand out the cards.
It's not double the cost of infrastructure just because you have 8 houses that are bigger lots versus the next street, which is 18.
Right.
It's not double the cost of infrastructure just because you have 18 houses. Brian?
Right size the sewer. You got to right size the streets and all the different.
When you're talking in numbers that small, it's different. When you're talking 1,000 acres and you change something dramatically, it's going to make a big difference.
Well, you have to go in again, but I mean, if you pre-build for the size, but anyway.
But the developer has to put in all that infrastructure, correct?
It's supposed to be.
Correct. So if they
working that way,
if
but
they
yeah.
put, well, exactly. I mean, it's supposed to, and we need to get back to that. So it's going to be up to them to put in the info, because they're going to know at that point, I would think, how many 28s and how many 30s and how many 50s and how many whatever size lots they're going to have, right? I mean, I guess I don't see that issue being a problem. To me, I don't know. I guess I'd like to see maybe even a map next time of take an area and this is what a 28-foot lot looks like. This is what a 30-foot lot like. Just so, because to me, 28 feet is not very big. And what kind of a house are you going to get on that? And then they're going to want to really pull it to the front because they have no room widthwise to build.
So you're asking to see examples of what fits on the very
Not
variety of lot
necessarily a
sizes?
house, just what the lot, because again, you could have 28s here, and then down here you got 30-foot lots, right? They could mix and match. To me, I think it'd be a weird-looking neighborhood.
Well,
That's all I'm getting at.
Like we mentioned, our current density caps on single-family residential, multifamily residential, we're only building half of what those densities are. And the big reason is setbacks.
And minimum lot size requirements.
I mean, I don't have a problem shortening up the setbacks and stuff, but I don't know.
But the whole idea of infrastructure planning, I guess what we're saying is you've been planning for 6 dwelling units per acre in every single family area. We're not even building that. So are you been overbuilding that infrastructure?
Yeah, clearly.
More than likely. So, you can go with an average and basically take a look at it. What you then monitor is as those subdivisions come in and you start saying, hey, we're going to hit a tipping point, that's when you come in and say, okay, in this area, we can only afford, the infrastructure can only handle estate lots. We can only get 5 more houses in this area. This is what you're going to have to do.
Why not further break down the colors then? Why not break down the yellow on the map and say, whatever, yellow, you know what I mean? I mean,
But think about how we had to fight over whether it's light purple, medium purple, or dark purple. Do you really want me to fight over who gets the estate versus the traditional versus the small lot?
I don't.
I don't have that crystal ball.
which then I go back to then the council hands out how much we're willing to do of each type each year. I mean,
But change that at any time. Why do you want to do that now?
I just think for the planning purposes and for planning on revenue for the services that we've got to provide and everything else, I mean,
I don't know, I think what Linda said
we
earlier.
totally lose control at that point in time.
But what Linda said earlier is we're talking about 10, 15, 20, 25 years. If we do a development, or if a development happens and there's a bunch of weird stuff happening that's just unexpected and it becomes unacceptable, we can take a step back from this in 6 years and just say, well, we tried it, it didn't work, and maybe whatever you think of Ponderosa, some people say it's a kind of a smorgasbord of here and there and everything. And if that just is on a much grander scale and it becomes unacceptable to the council, we can go back and change it 6 years, right?
It can come back in 2 years. I mean, part of that is the outreach. When we go out and start talking to the home builders and the developers is, does this work? Is this something you would do? Is this even have a place?
I mean, I agree, Russ,
We
but
may
we can
find
go
out
back
that they
and
don't
change
want to
it.
build a 28 foot. So I guess I'm good moving forward to that point.
How many more slides do we have then?
And can I just interject real quick?
We got 3 hours and 21 minutes before it's midnight.
Maybe, maybe not. I am just curious and interested in Brian's take regarding this conversation. From an engineering perspective, are we just all over the board, or from your expertise? Can you please add some clarity here for me?
These streaming shows back there.
And Sergeant Wade, while he's coming up, aren't you glad you signed up for this overtime?
Well, this is something that Development Services and Engineering have been working on since even before this, and when we were talking about the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is very flexible, and we were running into the same things with the comprehensive plan. That's actually what we use to determine, what kind of infrastructure we build. Now, in a neighborhood like you're talking about, Kevin, it's pretty easy to get those pipes right. It's the trunk sewers that are farther downstream. Those are the ones that we have to worry about. Like if you don't have them full enough, then you have the H2S attack, and then you have to reline them and redo them and that kind of thing. So those are all things we have to think about. But what we've been trying to do with Development Services is work through what they think like some of these percentages are going to be, their best guess. And those are the things that we're trying to use. We as engineering can't make those determinations. We can analyze whatever it is that's presented to us, but they've done their best to give us those numbers so that we can try to do our best guess as to what it is. It wasn't perfect before, and it's not perfect now, but we're doing the best we can with what we got. And time will tell. It'll be 20, 30 years before we really see where we're at with the new comprehensive plan, the new zoning and that sort of thing. So I don't know if that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, and to Lynn's point, I mean, until they go out and talk with the developers, they may look at this and say, no, we're not interested in building something like this in West Des Moines, right?
Yeah, and again, though, we have our developers of the metro, and you have developers that work in bigger cities, have done different things, and we kind of have shut our door to them because.
Are we going to talk with some of them? I would hope that we could
If you
reach
want
out
me
to
to go
some
up
of them.
to Minneapolis.
You want, yeah, you want to take a road trip?
Yeah.
No, I mean even just a either a Zoom call or something like that, just to say, hey, here's what we are considering. Would that open up the opportunity for you to think about building down here?
We could explore figuring out how to do that. The other route we can do is find some of the cities that have already this and talk to them about just how much are you seeing of this?
Yeah.
How much of your city, how many of your developers do these kind of things? So
I think that'd be good.
we can take a look at that. Like I said, again, you're providing those opportunities versus pigeonholing everybody back into the same thing.
Right.
That's really the goal here.
I like the opportunity of having some variety and stuff. Again, I'm not crazy about the 5 foot or 8 foot front yards, but
And again, that's a special kind of house. You're not going to see it on a lot of them. Because a lot of people don't want to move to the suburb and have that short. Some of them do want to have the bigger lots, and that's where the developers come in. They know their client. We have to trust that they understand what they do.
so would this
They know the market.
would this preclude, because you talked about the snout houses and the garage being set back, would that preclude the attached garage that is on the face of the house? I mean, like mine, it's a attached garage that's in line with the entire front of my house.
It doesn't have to unless we're going to say it's a build-to line. So what we're going to say is your garage has to be at the 25-foot back. If you want to put your whole house at 25-foot back, okay. You know, that's your call. We're going to give you the opportunity to put 10 foot of that house or a room on your house right ahead of that garage, or you gain back that 10 feet of area. So again, you're going to see all sorts of, to us, this is not going to dictate any one style of house. I mean, I take offense when people say, yeah, West Des Moines is beige nation. Everything looks the same.
Nah.
And I don't like that because, there is a lot of variety that comes. So,
I would give 10 times over on the size of the lot and the size of the house, rather than, have more of what people are saying, cookie cutters.
yeah.
I don't want that. Yet, at the same time, to sit here and dictate what the materials are in the house are, I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of houses that have vinyl siding, which of course the legislature's changed. We can't prohibit vinyl siding, right? It looks fine. But the more the quality of the home, the materials on the home, the look of the home bothers me more than the size of the lot and the size of the house.
Yeah.
So I'm fine giving with this.
So unfortunately, what you're just saying, that's kind of where those price points start coming in though. The more detailing I put on the house, the higher the cost is going to get. So we have to be willing to accept some of the blank facades. It looks like a
Right.
box. It's not very lot done to it.
But see, and
We
that's
don't
where-
like 'em either, but
that's where
it
it comes
is.
down to, if we have, 10,000 acres left of the city for residential. I mean, if you were gonna tell me that all 10,000 were gonna be tiny lots, tiny homes, and materials that are objectionable, no.
Okay,
If
but
you were gonna
what if-
tell me
what if
1,000 acres of
the flip
that,
side, though,
3,000 acres of
The
that.
only thing people are gonna come in and build is this tiny home, so now we have a bunch of big lots that we can't sell, nobody wants because nobody wants to build on them. So you can say, I don't want that, but if that's what market is saying,
Yes,
people
that's-
want, who are we to say, no, I don't want that?
And if our goal is affordable housing, we need to make that available to them.
Yeah.
And again, that drops down, as you said, the appearance of the house.
Yeah, unfortunately, and that's one of the state things that keeps getting pushed more and more. City, you can't tell us how to design our house. You can't tell me I have to have window openings. You can't tell me I have to use 3 different materials. You can't tell me these things. We want to put a box on. When they took away the materials, do you realize that means I could put OSB board on my outside of my house now? And we have no way to say no.
As long as it's painted, right? That's not.
That drives me more crazy
So,
than anything. I wouldn't mind 1,000 square foot and 800 square foot house.
Than anything. I mean, anything's going on.
Anything? The lot size and the house size, if you have an 800 square foot house, a 600 square foot house on a 28 foot wide lot, so be it.
Hey, the garage should always be bigger than the house. I'm just saying.
Out front.
I don't care front or back. It just.
Lynn, this entire list right here. So these arguments against smaller setbacks, these strike me as a more traditionalist, suburban, list. And I'm glad you brought it up. But at the same time, the market will decide this. If developers are like, we don't have a need for this, then this won't happen because we're just opening up options. There's just one concern that I have on this particular list is the second one, less area for utility easements. That's the only one as a city. It's like, because I just think about what we're talking about with, I know Brian's back there, but Ashworth Road, as we talk about what's happening with the road, how much space do we have in that right of way in the parking for utilities? That's my only concern on this particular list.
And again, keep in mind, we are not saying we are reducing our right-of-way widths.
Yeah.
So these utilities that we're talking about are more the PUEs, there's the stormwater facilities. That is more the utilities we're talking about.
So our parking will stay the same.
Yes.
But to his
Our
point,
right-of-way width stays the
Sure.
same. We already are into the private lots with a lot of utility easements because it's a one-to-one trench.
I see.
Whatever the depth of my utility is, I have to have an easement. A lot of times those will extend into the private lot, even though the utility line itself is out in the right-of-way.
but that will continue going forward as well.
It will, and it'll get worse.
And
because
that's
as
even
people-
more reason to think about bigger front yards. Now, one thing you touched on, and maybe it's going to be in a slide coming up or next week, or 2 weeks, but you talked about, garages, yes or no, right? Is that on this?
We'll talk about next week. That'll be next.
That's next,
or
okay.
next 2 weeks.
All right.
Because it's another cost, but yes, that'll be a next workshop one. We weren't going to try to get there. So I'm going to move on.
Let's keep going.
So we've talked a little about front yard average setbacks. I kind of get the impression you want to keep that for now it's a rule we want to keep.
No.
You do not want to keep it.
Nope.
What did you just, I wasn't,
So
I think you can reduce 35 feet down to 15.
So if we adopt a 15-foot front yard setback, doesn't matter where my neighbor's at, if I want to put an addition on my house, I can come all the way to the 15-foot mark. Is that the mindset of the rest, or is the mindset, nope, I want a gradual, you can maybe go a little bit, but I don't want you way out in front of my neighbor?
I think I'm more towards, I like the flexibility, but I prefer the average. So I'm okay coming further, but I want to average it. I don't want to have somebody way
Like
out
this,
front.
like this.
Yeah,
Like this. This guy way the hell back there.
Yeah.
But of course, this is the average, right?
but if that's what they chose to build at the time, and again, I don't know, I'm not sure where this is a snapshot from,
Ashworth,
but
54th-ish.
I'm guessing that where it says building addition, that was the, or maybe that, well,
That's demonstrating, if I did a 15-foot setback, I could do that building addition all the way up there. I could have
Okay.
painted the same box on any of them that doesn't have a yellow line, cutting through them.
so I'm guessing at the time Ashworth didn't have any requirements as to where you could build.
This, I'm guessing, was a county, because none of this is a subdivision. This was a county adopted, it happened kind of thing. It just is a good way to
Yeah.
explain average front yard setbacks. So,
I just-
would you see this today? Probably not. Because most people are not gonna buy that deep of a lot and stick their house way to the back.
So there's two different discussions here.
That's
One,
what
this is
garage
applicable in existing developed areas. I'm more skeptical about that. New areas, I like the 15-foot. I'm more skeptical about existing areas because I don't see that doing anything for affordability.
Right, and I think what our fear is, it's gonna be more complaints from the neighbor because all of a sudden my neighbor jumped way out in front of me. I can no longer see down the street.
Yeah,
Now
so
looking
I'm
at the
not
side of your
as
house. Now I'm looking at
enthusiastic
this.
here
So-
about the existing developed areas.
I think our preference, although we want to say everybody should have that same right to go to 15 in developed areas, it probably is not. Now, what I could say is, hey, if all these houses want to come back in and replat, and all of them are agreeing that we want a 15-foot mark, okay, let's go through a replat and do that. But I think for practicality, in existing developed areas, we want to keep our average front
I
yard
would prefer that.
And I would agree too.
I would agree with that
I
as
would say
well.
the smaller for new developments, but for existing, just leave it the way that it is right now.
Which would, like I said, which will be controlled by already existing plats that have the lines on them and the average front yard setbacks.
Well, and for me, the setback, like if we're doing a 28-foot wide lot, fine, whatever. Make the setback tiny, don't care. You know what I mean?
So
Make it a
Val-
little bit deeper for a 42 and make
15
it
feet.
a little bit, you know what I mean? I think that's appropriate. If
So
somebody
Val-
wants to do a 28-foot wide lot and they want to have a 10-foot setback, fine, go ahead.
So is Valley Junction, they've probably got close to the 15-foot, right? Or are they even shorter than that?
Well, yeah.
And on average, it's probably
Yeah, on
15,
average,
right?
it's 20.
On average, it's 20, but
Yeah,
some of
'cause
them,
when we rezoned that to 20-foot setback, we took the average, because we had so many people asking for variances. Because they were out in front of what the existing zoning was at the time. We had a lot
I'm
of
talking Valley
non-conforming-
Junction though.
Yes.
What did we rezone down there or that,
This is when I was still on P and Z. We originally had a
Code
30-foot setback.
what'd you say, Lynn?
It's a code amendment for
Yeah.
the setbacks, not a rezoning in the sense of
Oh, okay.
changing their
Yeah.
lots.
Okay.
So it was originally a 30-foot setback. We had so many non-conforming houses, because they were built before zoning was here in
Right.
West Des Moines. So we changed that front yard setback to 20-foot to match the existing conditions. Now, there's still some that are closer, but the majority are captured with that 20-foot.
At 20 foot.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm struggling with. I mean, 15 seems, I guess maybe I could get there, but it just seems so close. I think the 20 is
If the council wants to tell
better.
us collectively, you guys want a 20 or something else?
personally,
we're
I
okay
think
with that.
20
15 is just our suggestion. That's kind of taking on the current
I'm
and
fine.
cutting it in half.
I'm fine with a 15 on a 28-foot wide lot.
Okay,
And-
that's not what we were proposing.
Right.
On a small lot, 28 to 42, it was an 8-foot front yard potential.
I want a cheeseburger, hold the burger, no lettuce, no tomato.
I think 15 ought to be the minimum. Again, 8 feet, but that's Ankeny.
But like, think about a 28-foot lot. I mean, somebody wanting to put an affordable house on there, they don't even want the yard probably, you know, a starter home or something like that.
Yeah. That's where you get rid of the garages. But I know that's in 2 weeks.
Talk about that. I'm fine with 15. I mean, if you need to be 22, but 15 seems fine.
So we're saying, I can't say 15 out of 28, but 20 out of 42. It's 15 for everything. All new, 15.
Even the small lot, you want to have a small lot at 15, a traditional lot at 15. The only one that steps back a little farther is a state, is what you're telling me?
I think it ought to be.
I'm saying it's progressive. I'm saying
Yeah, progressive.
15 for a 28, 20 for a 42, you know, so the setback gets bigger.
As you
the
get a
lot
bigger
gets
lot.
Bigger.
Because you got more area to build on. I agree with that.
Yeah, because if you want to do if you really want to do an affordable house, you're not going to buy the 42. You're going to buy the 28. And then at that point in time, you don't give a crap about your lot. You care about your pocketbook and whether or not you can live in this city.
So 15 for a small lot, 20 for a traditional lot,
Yep.
and then 30 for the estate lots?
Because right now, traditional is 35. Is that one?
30 to 35.
30 to 35, and so we would be dropping that down to 20.
We're giving
Okay.
them a
And
little
estate
bit.
lots are 50 and we're going to drop to 30?
That's optional, it's not
Optional.
required.
Right, it's optional.
Yeah, you can still be farther back than that.
That's your
the
minimum.
closest you
I
could
say
be.
35 for estate.
Show of hands?
I'm not going to fight you on that.
Feels like 32 and a half.
I say 36 and a half.
Yeah,
I'm good with 35.
All right.
I'm good with 35.
I'm fine with 30. I don't think they'll use it that much. I don't think.
I don't think it's gonna make much difference, so, yeah, 15, 20, 35.
15, 20, 35.
Yep.
Sure.
And if the home builders tell us something different, we'll bring it back.
Yep,
Are you
100%.
going to go to rear yard setback?
Let's see, on the questions we have here, so no build to line, we're gonna let them go wherever they want, correct? So you just said a 15, a 20, and a
optional.
35, that's the closest you can come, but if you want to be back farther, you'd be back.
Oh, yes.
Sure.
Lynn, if we hear a clamoring for the 15 setback for traditional lots, I would love to hear if that's the case, because you all clearly have done some work to come up with that number. And if builders come back and be like, we would love to have the 15, it would be a difference maker. Can you let us know?
Yep,
Thank
we
you.
will. As part of our outreach, we'll kind of gauge them as to what you're going to do.
But again, we need to keep in mind this the entire time. It's our job to make the best city that we possibly can. It's their job to make the most money they can. Don't forget that.
Right, right.
So,
I'm going to kick the private streets discussion to the next one. It's
Good
not
idea.
overly long, but it ties back into the whole setback
I
issue.
hate
and
private streets.
Let's move on
I
that one.
hate private
Well,
streets.
that'll be one of the questions, but.
I don't mind them as
Ties
long as
into
they're
it.
private owned.
Okay, moving on. Before we really talk about the rear yard setback, we need to understand how accessory structures work in the city of West Des Moines. Okay, this is where we have our most if-then rules. So primary structure is normally your dwelling, and anything that is within 5 feet of it or attached to it is part of your primary structure. The accessory structure is anything that's more than 5 foot away from that primary structure. Okay? And this is where all these rules start coming into play. So I have a 5-foot setback if I'm under 30 inches and my cover is more than 50% open on my sidewalls. But if I'm over 30 inches, then all of a sudden I got to be 20 feet back. But if my sidewall is longer than 24, then I got to be set back the height of my sidewall. And if my sidewall is taller than 8.5 feet, then I got to be set back that more the height of the sidewall. And it just compounds. If the accessory structure is more than 1,000 square feet, I got to be set back 20 feet. But if it's under 5,000 square feet, then I can be set back 5 feet. So we'd like to get rid of all of that and just go with, you have a buildable area on your lot. Do with it whatever you want to do with it. You still got to meet fire code for fire resistive, separations, whatever. You still got to meet building codes, but what you want to do within your buildable envelope, go for it. Do whatever it is, whether you want to put up a pool house, whether you want to put up a gazebo, whether you want to put a deck, whether you want to put a patio, whether you want to put a sport court. I'm done caring. Hate to be that blunt, but it just is a constant battle for us. So this is kind of an example of what I was just saying. So I have this lot. I can have, by the zoning district today, I can have up to 1,000 square feet of detached accessory structures. Okay, I built my house, I had a small deck, now I want to add a pool and I want to expand my patio. Okay, no problem. You can put your pool 5 foot from the property lines, you can put your paving 1 foot from the property lines. Oh, unless you have a retaining wall, in which case now your paving has to be set back the visible height of that retaining wall. Okay, I can live with that one. You know what, I'm also going to add this 1,000 square foot just platform deck around my pool. Okay, you're under 30 inches. You can be 5 foot away from the primary structure. You can be as close as 5 foot to the property line. Go for it, have it. Hey, and nice to have a gazebo. Nope, you're already over your 1,000 square foot mark. You can't put that gazebo in anymore. A few years go by on my platform deck and it's pretty dang hot out there. I'd like to cover it. Well, that puts my structure now over 30 inches. That changes my setback to 20 feet. I can't build that thing. I can cover a little bit of that deck that I had. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. That's what we wanted to just explain. Can we get rid of all of that and just go with a buildable area?
Yep.
Current code is the 2 in blue. I have a primary structured dwelling area that's made up by my front yard and my rear yard setbacks. I have a detached accessory structure area then that is up to the 5 foot to the property lines. You'll notice it's kind of distinct, but sometimes I have a 7, 8, or a 12-foot side yard for my house, but my accessory structures can be as close as 5. That's where we run into that. All of a sudden, I want to cover it. I want to attach it to my house. All of a sudden, no, you can't, because now all of a sudden you're making that a primary structure and it's now illegal. Right. So what we'd like to do is just go to this yellow. Here is the buildable area of your lot. Here's the setbacks that you're required based on your lot width. Here's the rear setback that you're required, again, based on your lot width. Here's what those side yards are going to be.
And if you want to mow your yard with a weed eater, have at it.
If that's what you want to do, if you want to cover it all with patio, with structures, with pool houses, with detached garages, go for it.
Then we need to really think long and hard, even more so about the rear yard setback, the side yard setback and all that stuff, because like, in this scenario, I mean, I can see why we got to the way we did. Like in this scenario, that yellow, where these trees are on the back of the lot, if somebody wanted to put like a little gazebo or something, like, that's fine. If somebody wanted to put like a patio with a 2nd story party deck up on top, and I'm living right there.
Yep.
Like, the deck doesn't bother me, the gazebo, but now somebody's sitting up on a party deck. I'm sitting in my backyard and Matt and Greg are out there drinking beers, smoking cigarettes.
And you're jealous because they didn't invite you.
That's true, that's true, that's true.
And you hit the nail on the head.
I told them to quit smoking too. I told them to quit
The
smoking.
city's gonna have to be comfortable with the neighbor who calls that says, I don't like what my neighbor is doing. Are we willing to be that city that says, I'm sorry you don't like it, but they are within their rights to do it?
I just think we, no, I think we just need to be,
restrict
I think we need to be smarter on the rear yard setback then. Like what you have right there in this yellow if somebody did what I'm talking about, like this 2-story deck deal, party deck that Matt's gonna build, just to look down at me and make fun of me, I mean, I don't want that there.
But in order
That's
to
too
do
close.
that, you're gonna have to have I would guess, at least the 35-foot rear yard setback in order to avoid Matt looking down on you.
And that's what you have today.
Right.
But
He
think
wants
about
to
what
do
we
it.
did with the depth of the lot and the price of that lot by saying that you have to stay within that.
But we have to think about what somebody's gonna build back there. I mean,
But, so is this gonna be for any house, any property in West Des Moines, or just new?
And again, these are the new rules, because a lot of your plats already have rear yard setbacks on them. It is a plat restriction. They have to go through a process to get rid of that plat restriction. So
I couldn't build this at my house.
in your yard right now.
Yeah, we'd have to look at your plat and see what is the lines that were put
Right.
on your plat to restrict.
So this is all new stuff.
This is again new. This is, everybody's going in with the same idea of I can do all these things.
So again, you're gonna know going into it, when you buy that house, that Matt's gonna be looking down on you.
right.
But I couldn't, because I've already been restricted.
Right. So again, if you don't want to put rear yard setbacks that close, I don't know that we need 35 feet.
What do we have
10
today?
feet
What do we have,
is-
35?
35.
Is this
Most
10
of
or
them are
15?
35. This is
In the
about-
yellow.
This is about a 5 or a 7 foot in yellow, because we were trying to get the side yards and the rear yard to just match up. Makes it simple. Hey, what's my setbacks? 5 foot from the side or the rear.
I don't
What's
think
my
you can do
setback?
that.
What
Not,
if we did 10 or 15 instead?
I think 20.
we can do whatever.
I love the idea of the freedom,
I agree.
but I also would love to thicken that yellow line a little bit.
Okay, so if I do a 10 or a 15 foot rear yard setback, so this top yellow line gets a little bit wider, what can I do in that 10 or 15 feet?
Would there be a possibility to have a limitation of 2-story things in the backyard?
That's exactly what was in my head.
Code right now is 20 feet. A single-family home can be up to 3 stories by building code. Attached accessory structures have a 20-foot height limit.
And I
can
think
keep the height
I think
limit.
that stays. I think you keep that. 20 foot. That could be 2 10-foot floors.
I think that makes
Well, it
sense.
can't be,
What
because
if,
you
what
have
if
to
I want to
move.
do an addition
Yeah,
on my
that would be
house
taller
that's
than-
already 3 stories? Is that, now I'm not, so again, we're back to splitting accessory from primary. Do we need to make a distinction? Do we need to keep a house bigger than an accessory structure? Do we need to control these things to that degree?
Your addition to your 3-story house can't be over 2 stories.
That doesn't really work for my inside, because I needed those bedrooms on the 3rd floor, and now you can't tell me I can't do it.
Especially if it's 28 foot wide and you want to use the whole depth.
Yeah.
You want to use that whole depth, you're kind of.
So we're gonna
Back to where
allow
we originally
3-story houses?
By code today, you can do a 3-story house. That's in the building code. We do not regulate the height of a house in zoning code. We regulate the height of an accessory structure, but we do not regulate the height of a house in the zoning code today. Building code, 3 stories.
So just curious, because my old house had a finished attic. So if I had a 3-story house, could I have a finished attic on that? That makes it
That's a building
almost
code.
4 stories.
Well, think of the height of the house, we're saying is like a 3. So you have a walkout basement and a 2-story house. From the back, you have a 3-story house. We look at it as a 2-story from the front, but technically that's already a 3-story house.
Yeah, building code goes by habitable area. So if you have 3 full stories and then you try to add an attic, finished attic on that, that hits that threshold. You have 3 stories below it that are habitable area, whether it's slope ceilings or straight walls.
Okay.
I am always going to fall on the side of less regulation. Because it enables builders to do more, it enables people to do more. It makes less government for all, which is good for everybody.
I guess where
I'm
I'm,
leaving. Thank you.
I guess where I'm at is that we're not done yet. We're not done yet. It's not midnight.
I got 8 more slides.
I guess where I'm at is if this is all for the new stuff,
See you, Doug.
Bye.
I guess I don't see a problem with it. I mean, if they want to reduce the rear yard setback a little bit, I don't have, or expand it.
Do you want to say front yard and rear yard setbacks are the same? They're the same 15 on a small lot, 20 on a traditional, 35 on a
That
estate
makes
lot?
sense.
Yeah, I agree.
That makes sense.
We'll match whatever the front yard setback is. So a
On your
minute
rear
ago,
yard
small
matches your
lot was
front.
15. So front yard, rear yard, both of them are 15 feet. Traditional lot is 20 feet. So instead of a 35, which is typical today, we're giving you back 15 feet. So now it's a 20 and 20. And an estate lot is 35 and 35. Is that where you want to go with this? That trying to go all the way down to a 5 or a 7 or anything else is just too much?
Now, that is for.
New stuff.
Well, I know, but I want to come back to the pool deck, the gazebo, like those things I don't feel like are,
Not treating them different.
what would you-
Primary, accessory, getting rid of that.
so you're going to have that gazebo's got to be 15 feet in now versus the
Well, see, that is
5?
the problem. That
See,
is the
I
problem.
think
got
that's-
a pool right now that's, it can be 15 feet from the lot line. But we're not dealing with existing.
No, but what I am
For
saying,
new,
Yeah.
if you want to put in a pool back here, don't care. It doesn't matter what you put back there.
see, I actually lean towards what Doug was saying there, because I think on the rear side, particular, I mean, when I lived on South 83rd Street, the house behind me was pretty close, right? And I can see exactly the concern that, that I had earlier on the 28-foot wide, they could build right up next to it. But if you have more space in your backyard, and then your neighbor theoretically behind you has more space because it's in a larger area, I have no problem going to that 5 foot that you had originally proposed. Because heck, you got a ton of space, but when you're cramped in there and allowing it to go to 5 feet, I am concerned about that. So I actually go the opposite way. I think the larger the lot, the closer you can get to the edge, whereas the smaller the lot,
No.
But with
you want them to be able to build right on top of you?
When you're doing an affordable house, you're trying to maximize your
land, yeah.
land and your.
So
and
why
the
not just go
smaller
5
houses-
feet all the way around then? If that's the case, go
When you're
5 foot
building
all the
a
way
big
around.
Home, you have an expectation that you want people away from you. But when you're building a small home,
But again, this is all on new stuff, and so you're gonna buy that house
Yep.
next to Matt, knowing that he's got that huge house that's 5 feet away.
Thus the solution, don't buy it.
right, buyer beware. Buyer beware. That's why it's much easier on new.
And so, but that's what we're saying is
Yeah.
because I can't do this at my house. I can't build within 5 feet or 15 feet.
Right.
But the new stuff, you could.
Can, and you know that
So
going
that's-
into it.
Exactly. So nobody's gonna build that close in my neighborhood because it's prohibited. We're not changing that. Right?
I think for
Didn't
ease
you
of
say I would have to replat it?
Like, there are structures you can put in as an accessory structure. that
Yeah,
can be
accessories,
closer.
but I can't build my house
You
clear
can't
back.
build your house all the way
Yes.
back, but is your house that much more offensive than a detached garage farther back has a roof structure that with the peak gets to be 20 feet? Is that any
I
more
think-
objectionable than the house?
But I think the issue becomes the reason why we have the accessory versus primary to begin with, because like, if Matt has a pool, and his patio butts right up to the property line, who gives a crap? But if Matt has a 2 or 3 story party deck that butts right up to my property line, that's another story. I don't care if your pool butts up to my property line.
I agree with that.
I see your head sitting there, but like, you're not sitting up on the party deck, 2, 3 stories up.
But even if it's not a party deck, you could have a 2-story. So on mine, I could have a 2-story, and I could have a deck off of my family room, dining room, bed, whatever. And then I'm looking down into your yards.
Yeah, even by code today with 20 foot, what you're saying, I could put in a flat roof garage and I could put it so I could be up on top of that garage today.
But I think 20 foot's a lot different than 5, which, I mean, that's where I'd be okay with doing the
I
front
was
end.
talking height, not. So what you're trying to argue is by pushing you back, my impact or my looming over my neighbor feeling is mitigated. And that's what you're saying you want to do.
Right.
You want
Correct.
to mitigate that so your
Correct,
neighbor doesn't feel like, oh my God, what is right next to me now?
right. Right, like if you're 35 feet away from me and you have a two-story, whatever, if you're 10 feet from me,
I'm
that's,
still gonna look down on you if I'm 30 feet.
right, but you're further away, at least there's a little bit more, talk about data, privacy, at least there's a little bit more privacy there when you're a little further away,
And that's where trees come in and.
right on
Right.
top of
That's
me.
where you take measures in and you say, I don't like, I mean, I have that right now.
You put the bushes
Greta's-
I've got in my backyard.
Greta's childhood home is right next door to me. It's a 3-story mammoth house that looks down right into mine, which is only a 2-story. What did I do? I had to put a tree right there where I felt like I was on display for my deck. Not Greta's fault that she had a 3-story house, not my fault that I had a 2-story house. You take matters into your own hands sometimes and you have to solve the things that bother you.
Right.
Will we get complaints? Yes, we will.
I like the bigger backyard.
Okay, so right now we are going to go front yard and rear yards match.
I think so, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, just for the record, I disagree with that. I think you should be able to use more space in your backyard. I think you should, if you want to put a pool back there, you want to put a gazebo back there, you want to put not the home, but a structure, an accessory.
Anything.
That's
Well,
problem.
the question here is, do you
Absolutely.
keep accessory structures subordinate to primary, different rules for each, or do you treat them the same? And what I'm saying is, I'm comfortable treating primary structures different than accessory structure. I think a pool house, so long as it's 1 story, I think a pool, a gazebo, a fire pit, whatever the heck you want to put back there, a sport court, and you should be able to go up to the 5 feet.
If, it's a
You can't
different
have fire
story.
pits in West Des Moines.
It's a different
Gas you
story
can.
if you separate
Gas.
them out. I agree with you. I agree with you. It's a different story if you separate them out.
But what you're saying is, in the future, you won't be able to have those items within 5 feet. You'd be, if you had a 35-foot setback, then you'd have to be 35 foot back.
Yeah. Now, we are getting back into our if-then problem that we had.
Yep.
Right.
If
Maybe
you're
we
a,
can't get
if
rid of
you're a
that.
pool deck that's under
I-
30
and see,
inches,
I-
you can be at 5 foot. But if you're a pool deck with a cover on it, now you have to be at 20 feet.
I'm of the opinion that it shouldn't matter if it's accessory or primary.
But you'd like a rear yard of 20 feet, period.
I think so. Yeah.
And then we say the only thing that can go in that 20 feet is your small shed under 120 square feet. It's your play structure, it's your fire pit with no gazebo.
Even if you don't have
structure.
anybody within a country mile of you.
I'd be fine with removing 5 feet from it. So if it's a 15 feet in the front yard, 10 feet in the backyard. If it's 20 feet in the
Everybody
front,
within a
15
country
feet.
mile of you, that means you've probably got about 10 acres, and so it's really not gonna matter if I can build to my rear lot or not. I mean,
But if you want to,
You can't.
you can't. If you were, for example, Tom Stoll down there, and he wanted to build closer to the edge of his property, he wouldn't be able to do it. Nobody's near him. He wants to put a,
rear he could because he's got the river. That's all that's out.
okay, fair. But you see what I'm saying? I mean,
Yes, I
that's
see
an
what you're saying.
example where if he wanted to put a shed out there greater than 120 feet or whatever the heck it is, personally, I'm like, go ahead. You know what I mean? And I think we'd all probably reasonably say, go ahead, I think. But this would say, sorry, if his home's, I don't know, 50 feet back, well, you got to be 50 feet in.
Okay, but that brings up a good point, though. Are we talking about any lot or just the typical residential? So you're not talking that you've got 20, 30, 40 acres.
We are talking our typical residential lots.
Okay,
Anything
that's
from
what
the
I thought.
small lot up to the estate lot.
Yes.
If you're out in the country and, nobody's subdivided, nobody lives by you, we generally don't get too involved. They don't even ask us most of the time.
But you still
But you
have
can
to
still
buy
have estate lots. The pool house is an estate lot. It's
So
a
like this-
2.5 acre lot.
This we've been emailing, a constituent reached out, wanted to put in a pool house. There's nothing near the backyard. There's nothing there. It's just forest as far as I can tell. All right. And they were trying to get this thing plotted. And I look at them like, this is so reasonable. They should be able to do this. But under this proposal here, they wouldn't be able to do it.
Right, because the rule says.
This is down in the
pool
preserve,
house
those
structure.
really large areas in the preserve.
Right.
And they can't, to me, it's like, go ahead and put your darn pool house out there with your pool deck and all this stuff.
Right, but we're passing laws to cover everybody.
I agree. That's why I say these larger lots, I'm a little less concerned because everybody's so far away.
But we've got that now, right? That's why they're asking, can they build it? 'Cause
Well,
by
but it-
today's rules, they can't, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, they can't for several rules. They're more than 1,000 square feet, which means they have to match the primary structure, which is a 20-foot setback. They don't want to do that. The pool house is 32 feet long. It's over 24 foot. That means you have to be set back the wall height of that sidewall. The sidewall is 8.5 feet, except for there's about 4.5 feet of foundation, which counts in that. So now at the minimum, this pool house has to be 12.5 feet back to meet the codes today. The code doesn't say unless my neighbor is, or only when.
Or if I don't have neighbors.
If I don't, that's
Yeah.
the problem. You're trying to write a code to capture most things. And we're trying to build in some flexibility. So is it okay for me to say, yeah, you can be that close because your neighbor can be that close?
When you talk
Or
about
can it
the
only be-
if-thens, you talk about the if-thens of what we're talking about. Well, you have to have this setback unless you back to a forest.
Yeah.
Then there is no setback.
Yes.
Or if there's water behind you, then you can do whatever you want.
Yes, that is
If
the
your lot
problem
is
we run into.
10 acres instead of 5 acres, then it can be this. But if it's 20 acres, it can be anything.
Now, if Greta will let me adopt a common sense rule that just would say exactly what Matt's saying. There is a forest behind this person. There is no reason for me to tell them they have to keep their pool house 20 foot from the forest. If I can have a common sense rule, I am all for it and we can solve a lot of things.
Can we?
But
Can you imagine all that?
No.
that's the problem we run into. You're trying to take
Fair and reasonable.
17,000 acres in the city that's open for residential development and say, here's the rules that we're gonna put everybody to abide by.
Right.
So,
You're gonna
what, you're
miss-
leaving?
You're gonna miss breakfast. Just stay up.
Liar.
So,
So here's what I'm hearing. You guys are open to something different. This is probably where the outreach to the home builders, to the developers, just try to start saying, what are your concerns with some of these things, is maybe what needs to dictate some of this. Like I said, I did not want to go out to this group and say, here's what staff's proposing, then we come to you and you guys go, absolutely not, I don't want a 15-foot setback anywhere in my yard, my city. So this is good because we're getting a feel for you're open to it, but you have the same concerns as to what we fight with and what we have to deal with in phone calls every day. Let's see, again, back to the people that know what they're doing, the ones that are platting these lots and
Right.
starting to hear some of these things. Let's get a feel for where they think these thresholds are. We can always come back and visit the accessory structures, and maybe that's saying in the first 15 feet adjacent to your property line, you can have no taller than a one-story structure.
Right.
15 to whatever, you can have a two-story structure, or you can be one more than what your neighbor is. There are some ways to write the things that is a little cleaner than if-thens, but still gives us some of the protections that you're talking about. Because the last thing I want is the angry neighbor calling me, and I got to tell them, sorry, there's nothing I can do about this.
Yeah.
So we
Okay.
can go that route and try to
That makes sense.
work our way towards some of these things with the idea that you're open to it, as long as there's kind of rationale and some people that know telling you what to do.
I think we want to simplify it all for you guys. I think we want to have more standardization of things, and we're open to some of this stuff.
We
but-
think that until we start talking.
Yeah,
I mean, I
that's
think we
the
are, but we
yellow
might need to
rock.
keep this
Unless
separate.
they're doing this, and if they did that, otherwise, yeah, we're good.
Well, I mean, like you said, we could even simplify. We could keep the accessory structures and primary, but still within that simplify.
That sounds like a non-simplified.
Well, I mean, we can get rid of a bunch of if-then statements and still keep the.
Why don't we let them talk to the home builders and come back with us?
I don't even know if I want to get into side yards with you guys.
You're gonna meet with the home builders.
Let's
They're
talk
gonna
about
say-
that in 2 weeks.
Here's what the home builders are gonna say. No front setback, no rear setback, no side setbacks. Why?
That's what they're going to tell you. I want complete use of the full property however I want to use it.
And if we want to put a Quonset hut out there,
Okay, but
the market will dictate it. If nobody wants to have a Quonset hut all the way filling the entire lot from front to back with a party deck on the back to look over McKinney's place, then I won't build it. So let me do whatever I want to do. And that's just,
Who
again,
doesn't want total freedom to do whatever they want to do?
we're here to build the best city possible. They're
You
here to
know,
make the
we are a
most money
city.
possible.
We do try to control the major negative things, so that's where we're at. Side yard setbacks. I'm not talking small lots. Small lots are gonna have smaller lots. It's gonna take a specialized builder. It's gonna be small, okay? You're gonna be 3 feet to your property line. You're gonna be 6 foot to your neighbor. It is what it is. That's what brownstones are. That's what people understand them to be.
What do we have right now? 7?
We don't have small lots.
No, on setbacks.
Oh, our setbacks are 7 foot, 8 foot, 12 foot, 20 foot.
And some 5.
Depending on
Very
the
few
size of the
fives.
lot?
Depends on the size and the width of the lot, square footage and width, and that's part of the problem is, again, it's, well, if you're this, then you gotta do this, and if you're that, you gotta do that. Can we simplify them? Can we say everybody
5
has a
foot.
5 foot side yard or a 7 foot side yard?
5, let's go.
Developers are gonna ask for the 5. The problems that come in with that is what we're showing on here. Overhangs, bump outs, the chimney bump outs, anything that goes into that 5 has to be fire resistant construction. Not a huge deal killer, it's not a huge cost, but they have to plan on it. You do run the risk of you tell somebody your overhang now has to be fire resistant construction, I'll just cut it off. And you can start getting some wonky architecture. If they know it going in, they should be able to do it fairly easy. So 5 has some problems with that. You're gonna have some window restriction. You're gonna have access to the backyard gets a lot harder. The person who wants to put that pool or that addition on, how do they get the equipment back there once you've like used up and made your side yards too small? Because you can know we're gonna have window wells and we're gonna have air conditioners and we're gonna have other things in that side yard. Pretty soon that 5 foot is now maybe 2 foot. So if your neighbor doesn't like you, you're not getting equipment back there. So
That's why I wouldn't buy
some
one of them, because I gotta get back there with a vehicle. But
Stormwater drainage. A lot of times between the houses is the overland flow, that's where the drains go. It gets harder and harder the smaller the setbacks get. It can be done. It just means the preliminary plat becomes a lot more critical and we need to hold them to what they designed to.
yes.
We recently literally had a consultant tell us, well, no, the preliminary plat is just a concept. And we're like,
No.
no, it's not. That solves all your grading, that solves all your utility depths, it solves everything. And what you get is the homeowner who says, I don't like that little dip for the water to run through there, I'm gonna fill it in. So we gotta make sure, if we're gonna go this smaller, which makes things harder, we gotta be able to hold some rules to it. Excavating near foundations, that's one thing we said with some of these utilities. If it's any kind of utility that may have to be excavated someday, we probably wanna say that foundation, that footing and foundation can be no closer than 5 foot to the edge of that easement. It's gonna get dictated by the consultants as they lay out lots. Home repairs, things like that. The city manager's report that was done by the group for the workforce housing, Capital Crossroads, they want the 5 foot. Staff is probably more supportive of a 7 because it helps protect that homeowner who isn't thinking about the future. I'm not really thinking about how I get anything to the backyard. I'm not really thinking about those additions that I might want to do. I'm not really thinking about how I'm going to handle the overland flowage. It makes things easier from like I said, I don't really think about it when I'm buying my first house. I'm not really thinking I'm going to be doing additions or I'm going to be adding decks or I'm going to be adding pools or I'm going to be doing any of that. So it makes it longer in the run. So it kind of helps protect them from themselves.
But Lynn, your first sentence up here under 7 foot, it says allows for up to a 2 foot encroachment. What do you mean by that?
So that is your overhang.
Okay.
I'm at 7. We measure to the foundation, so I can have a 2 foot overhang. I still don't need to do fire resistant construction.
Okay.
I can have a window bump out.
This is the easiest one of the night.
Yeah, I think the fire restriction thing is quite compelling.
Like I said, it doesn't add a lot of cost to the house. And the Hubble rule
But
does not apply.
and I wish fire was here, but does 2 foot really make that much difference if a fire's raging on my south wall, if I'm 5 foot or 7 foot? Probably not.
Not really.
When I'm sitting there with the bellows outside, you're.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, your siding
So-
may melt a little faster if you're at 5 versus 7. It's not gonna stop it. But that's part of the fire resistant construction parts.
Big oversized bellows be outside Kevin's house.
To give you an idea is, when you have new construction,
You'd have your leaf blower. What are you talking bellows?
if you have new
Sorry.
construction and you're 5 foot away from your neighboring property line, typical overdig is 4 foot. So I'm digging within a foot of your neighbor's property line.
Right.
I like 7. I'm on team 7.
Right, because you're over digging, then you're doing the foundation and you're backfilling.
Yes, and then where do you put the dirt? I don't have any room to put the dirt now. So it's just, it
We almost
functionally,
have a zero lot line problem like we have down in.
yes, functionally,
But what would they be digging? Everything's directional drilled these days alongside of a house.
well, no, I'm talking about digging for the basement.
For the basement.
Oh, for the basement.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You got me
Okay.
at 7, you had me at a low one.
Let's go 10. And you get more.
So.
I'm kidding.
We're gonna
I'm
allow
kidding.
28-foot width, right?
7's good.
You're gonna allow 28-foot wide lots.
The 28-foot wide would actually have a 3-foot side yard. That's the only way you're going to start making those smaller lots work. But that comes with its own baggage, and you need to know what you're doing if you're really going to do a development.
And that's all
Okay.
fire resistant overhangs because
Yeah,
it has.
everything in there is going to be fire
All right.
resistant. You're
Fair
not going to have window openings. You're not, there's a lot more rules that come with those small lots.
I was gonna say, because otherwise it's 15% of your
Yeah.
building area was reduced.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
All right.
okay, we're going to go with a 7.
7 it is.
Okay, so I think we have this one, rear yard, we've already talked about, so we're gonna move on. So we're kind of out of the big picture, we know where we're gonna go, just a couple things to point out. Double frontage lots, you vacated tonight half of a buffer that was already put on a double frontage lot. Buffers were kind of put into play, there's really probably 2 reasons for them. It adds green to the city, and it was meant to help protect that homeowner from the road activity. I can't say that buffers are really doing that, quite honestly. I think the more important thing with those is the green to the city. We would like to move away from trying to put as much as, trying to minimize the encumbrance on that single-family lot. Because today, that 30-foot, they can't put their fence in it, they can't put structures in it, nothing can be done with that 30 feet. I don't know how many people call me and says, I had no idea I had a 30-foot buffer on my back of my lot line. What do you mean I can't use it? So again, we'd like to kind of step back from that.
Back there.
Yeah, I already put my fence back there. What we would like to do is actually kind of shift more to a 15-foot streetscape.
Yes.
The streetscape is for the city's benefit, it's for greening the city, it's for providing some of that shade that'll come over, it's for heat islands and mitigating that. It's a streetscape to our benefit. No, you do not get to vacate it. You've got to maintain that 15 feet. We'll give them back 15 feet of their yard to use. I think we still want to do the same rule we have today. If you want a fence on the street side, it's an open fence. It's either a wrought iron fence or it's a chain link fence. If you want to be a solid fence, you're going to go in 15 feet, which is basically what code would say today for a 15-foot setback along a street. So it gives them back a little more area of their lot to use. They want to use the whole thing, and we use it for landscaping and trees.
See, I'm not there with the fences. I don't see the big deal about putting a privacy fence up. I still think we need to get away from that setback on 6-foot versus 4-foot fence too. To me, I don't know what the big deal is. I know you're wanting to for the streetscape, but you still got the streetscape even if you got a privacy fence. You just can't see into my backyard.
But now I have that fence at the property line, 1 foot off of the sidewalk.
We already
So you got 15 foot.
No, what we're saying, the solid fence would have to be set in the 15 foot, yes.
Why wouldn't
I could put on the outside, the street side edge of that.
Why wouldn't any fence be at 15 foot if you want your city greenscape?
I'm okay with that. If we want to say it's a 15-foot streetscape, you
I
can.
mean, that's what a buffer is, right? I mean, to me,
If you wanted what?
If we want to say we want a 15-foot streetscape along every double frontage lot, and probably really every road, we want this 15-foot streetscape. No, sorry, property owner, you get to put nothing in it. It's for landscaping only. If you want a fence, it goes on the interior side of that 15 feet.
And it could be a wooden fence.
Could be a wooden fence, could be a wrought iron, could be whatever it wants to be. If you're willing to go there, that simplifies it and makes it easy. But
to me, that's the easier way to go because otherwise you're going to have, chain link, wrought iron at the sidewalk, foot off. And then, now I put a privacy fence, now I'm 15 foot. That looks stupid. That's, again, that goes back to the 4-foot or 6-foot privacy fence. You got
New
to,
or existing?
this
this would be new because
This would be more new because a lot of our existing would already have a 30-foot buffer.
Yeah, okay.
But we could always take it and say, okay, 15 foot, you can put that fence too. I'm good with that. If you want to say it's a 15-foot streetscape fence has to be on the private side of that 15 feet, do what you want for a fence material, all for it.
And what is it today?
Well, most of our double frontage lots would have at least a 30-foot wide buffer. Some of them have a 60-foot
To me,
wide.
this is what I thought we were doing, is just basically allowing them to put the fence 15 feet further back.
Yeah, to me, that makes sense, just.
Today,
today is
tonight,
30
what-
feet?
tonight
That's
is
what we did.
Yeah, tonight is what we did, technically.
They're 15 foot in the center, 14 or 15 foot off of that roadway, or right of way.
Yeah. That was,
This would allow for a chain link or a wrought iron to be a foot off the sidewalk in that 15-foot buffer.
but I thought you just said you want to do the 15 foot and the fences
No, no.
all have to be on.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're gonna.
But by
negate-
what you're saying right here allows the wrought iron to
Yeah,
go
we-
at the
Yeah, we
sidewalk.
had so much pushback of the 30-foot buffer. I didn't know it. I didn't know I can't put a fence. My dog and my kids, I got to keep them in the yard. We adopted in code that said, okay, if you want it on, to capture that full 30 feet in your yard, on the edge of the road there, it can only be a wrought iron fence. And everybody had to match. If you want to go at the 30-foot in, whatever kind of fence you want to put in. So we're saying the same thing now. We're
it's
just saying it's going to be
15.
15 feet.
Yeah.
The fences all are going to be at 15-foot minimum from the property line.
Yeah.
Okay.
'Cause
Matt
today
looks
they're-
puzzled.
Today they're 30, right? 'Cause today they're 30.
Today,
Today,
they're 30.
all of them are 30?
Majority of them, it was always a developer's choice. It's either a 30-foot or a 60-foot. If you did a 60-foot, you got to put in a little less vegetation.
So we're going to grant greater flexibility under the proposed.
It's going to give some of the property back to the owners to use as they want to use it.
All right.
And it'll give us more revenue because they'll have to pay tax on it.
Yep,
And that's,
They're paying tax on it anyway.
this is
Yeah.
totally separate from from a accessory.
yes.
So the fence would have to be 15 feet, but the
Good point.
fire pit could be 5 feet?
Well, we're talking, this is a double frontage lot. So if you're not a double frontage lot, that fence can be on your property line, your fire pit can go within them wherever.
Okay,
This is only on double frontage lots where we used to always make them put in a 30-foot buffer.
okay, all right.
So you still, we would not say, I mean, I guess to me, if we're gonna say a fence has to be on that other side, we're gonna say that 15 feet is sacred, it's only for vegetation. Can't put anything in it.
I mean, if you're wanting a streetscape,
That's.
you
that's-
gotta have
yeah.
the 15.
That
Otherwise,
is why we're doing it.
otherwise, why would a double front be any different than a single front lot?
But to his point, depending on the size of the lot and the setback, I mean, that fence then is 15 feet from the back of the lot line, right? And if the setback is 20 on that lot, then the fence can't go there.
Well, that setback would be measured from the streetscape edge, so that's what we do today. So if I have a buffer and it's 30 feet, and I have a 35 rear yard setback, that 35 starts at the interior side of that buffer. So essentially, those people have 65 feet of their yard that has to be provided. You follow what I'm saying? So the rear yard setback is always taken from that interior side of that buffer easement.
Yeah.
So they don't overlap. So you're trying to overlap them, and we would not be. If we're on a double frontage lot, we're gonna say the first 15 feet is for greening of the city. That 20-foot traditional lot setback that you have is now the next 20 feet. It's now back to the 35, but it's a different way of approaching it on that.
So let me ask this. What really is the difference if I've got a double front or a single front? Where can I put a fence on my house? I got a single front,
On the property, in the rear yard we're
a
talking?
front yard,
In the front yard, a 4-foot you can put on the property line.
okay?
If you want to put a 6-foot, it needs to be behind the front plane of the house and needs to be 15 foot off the street.
So that's what this,
That's essentially what this is doing, and we're just guaranteeing green on the street side.
and that, so 4-foot privacy or chain link has to be,
If you want to do a 4-foot, you can do a 4-foot on the property line, even adjacent to a street. You just cannot do the 6-foot.
so then what's the reason then for having the green space on a double front?
Well, in the past, that has always been to help kind of mitigate noise of vehicles, visibility of headlights, different things that come with the road and the use of the road. It was being done to try to protect that single family owner a little bit. I can't say that it really achieves it because half the time their vegetation dies or they take it out or they start using it. It caused more problems than it's solving. So the streetscape, like I said, if we're gonna do this for the betterment of the community and making West Des Moines green. How many people have you ever talked to that says, yeah, when you drive into West Des Moines, you just know you're in West Des Moines because it looks different. It looks different because we have those green along.
But again, I can have that fence in my front yard, but I have to be 15 foot with this
the 6
green
foot.
spot, green
So
space.
your front yard can only be 4 foot too.
But even with this, I could have if I put a 4 foot fence, where can that 4 foot fence go?
That's what, I guess, I thought we were headed down the path of saying all fences have to be 15. If you want to say a 4 foot.
But that's what
can
I'm
be-
saying though. I mean, I guess I'm not understanding totally what the rationale is. Maybe I'm past my bedtime and I'm not understanding, but what really is the reason to have it on a double front versus a single front? Because it's, either way, you got your right of way.
Yes, we were trying not to line the streets with fences, especially a hodgepodge of fences. That goes back to you, what is it, 100th Street, right as you leave West Des Moines on Valley West Drive and you start going in through Clive and you have this hodgepodge of fences right on the property line? That's what we were stopping. We did not want that right out by the edge. We wanted the extra green space. That's why those fences got pushed back.
But I
A
can
4
have that
foot-
on my front yard at my house, it's only 4 foot high.
Yes.
Affordability and aesthetics.
So what are we I mean,
Yeah, most people are not trying though to hide their front yard. Typically, you're trying to hide your backyard because that's my activity area. I don't want to be on display. You know, if somebody's going to come by and grab my kid from over the 4 foot fence, we hear every excuse
Somebody's
in the
gonna
book.
drive a truck down there and film a camera there and then.
Yeah,
take it abroad.
exactly.
Okay.
So-
Then again, I still think any fence on 15 foot then. All right, I'm good.
Okay, not even a 4 foot at property line. All fences at 15 foot.
Oh, I'm sorry, what all fences?
6 foot fences at absolutely 15 foot back.
Yep.
Can I put a 4 foot fence on that property line?
Otherwise, you're still gonna have this zigzag. No.
No, 15 feet.
Unless it's a pool.
Okay, we're gonna go 15
Yep,
foot
15.
setback.
Okay.
Whether it's 6 foot or 4 foot, that's their call. Okay, the other piece, two last pieces that we're running into here
This
is,
is why elected officials don't delve into work of staff, because we're in staff land right now.
Yeah.
Right?
yeah, if you want to just say staff, just bring us a proposal and we'll adopt it, I'm all for that.
Probably
Just
wouldn't
saying.
happen.
We're this far in now, keep it
Yeah,
going.
well, this is only part 1, remember, and only the residential.
Exactly.
Okay, we're running into,
I appreciate you.
Oh, I
I do
appreciate
too.
that too. You don't want to come up with something if we
this
hate
is-
it.
But this is
Exactly.
why so many of these decisions are made by staff, because we are really in the weeds right now.
yes, you are,
Then when
but it's good to understand.
That's why we get paid the big bucks, right?
That's right, no, that's right.
Okay, 2 other pieces we're running into with,
Hang on. Hey, I want to get out of here. Let her talk.
the 2 other pieces we're starting to run into a lot with lots is stormwater detention easements and detention basins being put in single-family lots. And basically chewing up what is their backyard usable area. A lot of people, so there's not homes on these. The top one does show a block where the home can be and still gives you a little bit of usable area. But you can bet that person's buying all the way to the back lot line thinking, I got all this room. That's not the case. The bottom one, they don't even show the house on here. So this is likely gonna be, I walk out my back door and I'm right into the detention.
Is this 60th Street?
Yes.
Okay.
No, you cannot fill it. No, you cannot put anything in it. It is a detention basin and must stay that
Are
way.
you
So
gonna stock it
we're
with
starting to run
fish?
into these things. You can't stock it with
It's
fish.
flooding, every time it rains really hard and it's flooding, the back of my
Yeah.
yard is flooding.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, right,
This
it's
is-
supposed to do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was designed to do. The only thing we can do with these is try to start getting these out of the single-family lots into outlots, but the developers don't like it because they can't sell that ground.
Right.
So it's a problem. What I'd like to do though too is, the other one we're running into is public utility easements or easements that are floating across the middle of a lot. For no reason other than somebody was really kind of being lazy or just didn't really want to go through the work. Mid-American, we found out today, they dictate on topography. They won't go into certain grades, and that's what sparked this one initially. But we also are running into this. We'd like to somehow basically craft language that says your easements must hug the property line. They can't float out here unless you're gonna somehow make awareness to that poor property owner. Because I know, Greg, you and I dealt with a pool. He wanted to put the pool on, all of a sudden he realized, I got a utility easement that far into my yard? Yep, that's the way it was platted. So we need to do something about this. We need to push back on developers and the consultants and kind of say, you need to do a better job doing your engineering to not have these things impacting these. Yeah, well, and that's just it. There
At
may be.
least we'll have it for a while.
So.
What's gonna happen, but we gotta do it.
So if you're good with that, we will try to figure out how do we get there.
Yes.
I don't know that we can make it a hard and fast rule because we're always gonna have somebody who just demonstrates to us, I really can't make that work that way. But they gotta do a better job. This whole, I'm gonna grade out so I can have walkouts, but I can't manage to grade out to not put the detention in somebody's backyard, to me, is kind of a cheesy out.
Okay.
Cool?
Yep.
This is the slide you wanted to see about 3 hours ago.
Nah.
That's all we're gonna talk about tonight. The next time we'll get into multifamily, we're gonna get into the missing middle. We're gonna ask some questions on the garages, whether or not we want them. Density caps, we'll talk about parking. There's a big push to, nobody should be required to have parking, especially on multifamily. We don't think it's a good idea. We're okay with opening it up to maybe looking at reducing it, but we don't wanna eliminate it. So we're gonna have to make some decisions. Where do we wanna go?
Now look at the issue we're having at Valley Junction. Not enough parking. People are building apartments, not enough parking.
Well, and reality is, there is, it's just not in walking distance or where they.
Yeah,
want.
it's not, well, it is within walking distance.
Yeah,
It's not
just
the
not
walking
where they
distance
want it,
that
which,
they want.
I agree. If it's middle of winter, I don't want to hike it either, but that's also why.
Shouldn't have moved there.
Affordable homes and having that as an option so people don't have to take the apartment necessarily is a good thing. So that's where we're at tonight. We will take back what you said. A lot of this will be kind of during our outreach. We'll have to ask the questions and kind of go, here, middle ground, where do we go with this? And then we'll have to circle back.
Well, at least you get a
Okay.
general feeling of where we're kind of all at.
Kind of.
It's helpful to be all talk. I mean, if we just do this at development planning and then something comes up, so well,
Matt, why'd you do that?
This is for every future single-family home in the city, so, yeah, this is important.
Yep.
Okay.
That's right.
We can go past 9:30.
Hey, look at it this way. It is not midnight,
No,
right?
it's not.
Right, Mr. Trimble?
Yeah, really. Time and time again, we would go till midnight, 1, 11 PM.
or you could go
And-
36 hours straight like the legislature.
And Russ, and 4 years later, we ran for reelection, knowing we were gonna have midnight meetings,
We are.
or could have.
What?